45 seconds. Seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
And that's where the shot came from.
I'm like, yeah, okay, great.
I mean, and then I see him running. I don't know. I'm going to go with it, but I also don't have the time to dissect 1,400 angles during a day.
And you're not a hunter, and you're not familiar with a 30-06 round, and there's several other things that you're not familiar with.
People are saying the FBI is involved. So the FBI was involved in shooting Trump. The FBI is now involved in Charlie Kirk. So are they bipartisan? Like, wow.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
September 23rd, Tuesday, 2025, the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Myself, Dr. Dan Lummy, and Seth Kushner. Jay Diaco will join, I'm assuming, about 8:30. You'll smell this high karate. He likes to put it on thick, does he not?
Yeah, he does.
And Dan, you're the one closest to your brother. And it really takes about almost to the end of the show to get kind of used to it or for it to kind of deteriorate a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know what cologne he actually does wear.
Yeah, he's not wearing Bubba Army Alpha.
I bet it's something that you have to get at Bird Dines or Gafers. I'll tell you that.
Did you say Gafers?
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a high-end department store, Bubba. I mean, it had a funny name, but they delivered on quality product.
I think he's more of a Neiman Marcus guy.
Really?
Oh, yeah, that's probably, that makes more sense.
Their perfume / cologne area, I mean, they got $800 bottles of stuff. It's crazy.
I thought I had, here we go, yes. Okay, Bubba. Sorry.
Somebody's spring water just fell over here. It's definitely not mine. I would never drink that swill.
Lummy.
Yes, sir.
Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army store, Bubba Army shop. We simply cannot keep these Bubba Army 9-inch total.
We're knife dealers with the side of a radio show.
We really are.
Oh, those are nice.
And these, even if you have like a regular black one, even if you have one of those, this might be one that you get because the manufacturer is like, hey, listen, you can keep ordering these black ones. Or, why don't you switch it up a little bit? Because the Bubba Army insignia is never on the body. It's always on, the blade. That's where the Bubba Army insignia is. And we're back. We're ordering them in increments of like 400 or 390 or something like that. And so now, yes, you probably have a black one, but I don't know that you have a skull and bones one, which looks kind of cool. And it, of course, the retractable in and out, and then
just in time for Halloween.
And then the window punch, which Gene Lasker testifies can also be used to really, really key a car quite efficiently. I would not recommend that.
He did just key a car, didn't he?
He did.
Claims.
He claims.
Allegedly.
Here's where I think we call.
He allegedly claimed he keyed a car.
Gene lies a lot. Gene tells stories. Okay.
Okay. All right.
And so, but there.
I thought everything out of his mouth was gospel.
There's
There's a
some
fudge factor?
Well, there's a little truth to a lot of his stories, and then there's a lot of truth to a little bit of his stories, but there is some sort of truth. But sometimes he as we all do.
You think he's lying about this one?
Yes, because I think he messed up by saying
Tesla?
Yeah, he goes, let me tell you something. This Tesla parked a little too close to me, so I went ahead and gouged the whole side of the deal. And this that window punch right there, that works one hell of a gouger. And then Dan so brilliantly brought up, well, I hope he didn't gouge a Tesla, because a Tesla has a 365-degree perimeter that if you get close enough, like within a foot or two of the vehicle, even if you're just walking by it or you're parked beside it or whatever, it has a camera for the there's not a blind spot or a dead spot. It completely has a 365-degree peripheral view, and if anybody gets close enough to that vehicle, the cameras turn on. And
it's
then,
like 5 or 6 feet. It's not 1 or 2. It's
Right.
like you get anywhere near that car, it lights up.
And so if somebody would happen to mess with your car, then you would go back to your camera, and then Dan, I think it saves it for how, like, you can go back and
it
save
becomes an event. So
Right.
it records the events.
So you would, like, for the 3 hours you were unattended to that vehicle, but for the 52 seconds that the person gouged it, you would save that 52 seconds as an event and then erase the other stuff.
Exactly.
So anyway, Lummy, 2 things up for grabs today.
And all Teslas are like that, by the way, folks. Don't vandalize a Tesla because you'll get busted. Pretty much guaranteed.
Even the basic model of Tesla. So yes, Lummy, the skull and bones. It's a 4-inch blade with a 5-inch body, has the window punch. That's available. And then, Lummy, we've been selling, I think we're on our 3rd generation tactical bag now. The first one was an all black one. And then the second one was a kind of a black camo.
Yes.
And now we got,
those are nice.
And she put
this is perfect for fall.
She put some stuffing in there, like if you would have. Listen, I carry mine because, think about it as a guy. By the way, this is the Bubba Army. I think I'm going to take one of these. This is the Bubba Army camo tactical bag.
Is that Flat Dark Earth officially?
Is that what?
Is that Flat Dark Earth camo? FDE?
Oh, Dan,
it looks like it.
I don't know.
It's the camo that we use in Desert Storm, and it's great for Florida beaches.
Yes, it's not the deep green.
Schwarzkopf wore this.
It's the more desert.
Brown beige.
Yeah, and so
Iraqis would fear to see these colors.
And so here's the thing, man. If you're a dude, if you're a guy, and then on the back is where you put your gun. You put your gun in the back, and then it snaps. Right? But it snaps, and you can quickly access your gun. Let me snap this back.
Is this like one of those fanny packs that guys wear, like purses?
Well, here's the thing. As a dude, so you got, and it's made to wear around your shoulder like this. So you wear it around your shoulder like this. It's no big deal. But as a dude, you got car keys. You got a wallet, right?
Sanitizer.
You could have. I'm sorry. You could have a N95 mask with rubber gloves and hand sanitizer.
So, Fran, I'm just going what's in my backpack right now.
Exactly. So, if you're Kushner, you know what? You got everything but a gun in there.
Well, I carry a backpack.
I know you do,
yeah.
but you could get.
I got stuff.
You got so much stuff in there. I guarantee you, if we went through your backpack now, you could get rid of 3/4 of that stuff that you haven't used.
Oh, no, you're right.
And here's the deal.
Just lug it around.
There's like magazines and stuff.
And Seth, look, you could literally downsize that all to this.
I could, yeah.
It's literally, this thing has one. I put my wallet in this little compartment. Then it's got another compartment. It's got 1, 2, 3. It's got 3 compartments. I can put my sunglasses, my wallet, my car keys, my cell phone. You could put your hand sanitizer, and then in the back, right back here, is the quick snap. Grab your gun, boom. Because us guys, unless you're Dan and you think you have to carry it on your hip. Most of us don't really want people knowing that most of us don't have holsters. Most of us haven't been down to the gun shop and bought us an OK Corral holster, but we need to. I mean, so listen, and it's most like almost stripped down. As a guy, you're at least carrying your car keys and your wallet. At least, I mean, that's the least of what you can carry. Now throw in a pair of sunglasses, throw in some hand sanitizer, throw in a gun,
couple condoms,
throw in a couple condoms,
You're ready to go.
Throw in your checkbook.
Don't forget Zofran. Hey, where do you
don't forget your Zofran.
Where do you put ammo? Are you like Rambo and you put it around your chest?
If you wanted to have an extra magazine, it could easily fit in that zip compartment. And then the gun in the back. Thing about it is you don't want, and Dan will tell you, you don't want your magazine in the same area as your gun because it's going to beat up your gun.
Yep.
So you want to, you would put your additional magazine up here. This very top area. Oh, she put koozies in there, but you could put 3 magazines in there. And along with your car keys and your wallet and your cell phone, and you're rocking and rolling, and you just throw it over your shoulder, and it ain't no big deal. But again, don't ever, if you are storing your gun in some type of tactical bag like this, do not make the mistake to put your magazines next to your firearm, because it will end up tearing up your firearm. It'll gouge it. It'll scratch it. At the least, it's going to scratch it. Am I right, Dan? I mean,
yes,
because magazines are
metal usually.
Usually, I've seen some plastic ones.
But even the plastic ones have a metal lip at the very end.
Right.
It's got like a little metal plate at the end.
They have to in order to be able to feed into the chamber.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, Lummy, and these tactical bags, they go for about $10 to $15 more. And I'm going to be honest with you, I like my black one, but I kind of like this Desert Storm camo one a lot.
You should treat yourself to one.
I might treat myself to one. Yes, and
especially
then,
it's Florida, man. It's beach. That's your beach one.
And then of course, this is how it will come to you. This is all that one's. She's got puffed full of things as if you were holding something. It comes to you like this. The Bubba Army logo is affixed right there, and there. So you can buy a gun. I'm sorry, you can buy a tactical bag today. Oh, it looks like she's got different pictures of it. Let's see here. Boom. There's the Bubba Army logo. That's the back compartment where you can carry. And listen, nice. I think I carry a Glock 19, which is not the smallest gun in the world.
That's what I have right here today. Is my Glock 19.
Yeah,
they're actually it's a 4-inch barrel. It's actually a decent sized gun.
That's a really good daily carrier. Because you know why? It is industrial strength. It won't misfire. It will fire underwater.
It's an 18-round mag.
It's an 18-round mag, so you carry another one. You got 36, nearly 40 rounds, and then it's got good. If you use good ammo, good really 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 hollow jacketed aggressive ammo, it'll do the job.
You'll never get to 18.
Yeah, and then
it's got to be like OK Corral kind of stuff. No, it's very unusual.
So there it is
for any shooting to go out past 3 or 4 rounds.
Right. And at that point, I think that if you were to kill a bad guy, let's say a bad guy, Dan, you got road rage, you're driving home, you don't have road rage, but this guy does, and he is going back and forth with you. You're actually trying to be cool, Dan. He didn't realize that your truck's bulletproof.
Right.
And he goes to the stoplight, and he rolls his window down, and he points a gun at you.
Mm-hmm.
I think that now, because you have the ability to pull away, would that be a clean shoot if you rolled down and put 4 or 5 in them? I don't know.
It depends on whether or not you started it, I think, as well as how the prosecutor is going to look at it. But arguably, if you're at a light and you're just parked at the light, and especially if there's a car in front of you,
right? If you have no escape route,
if there's no duty to retreat in Florida. That's the stand your ground law. So arguably, if you're at a red light and there's no one in front of you, and a guy pulls up next to you and brandishes a gun, arguably that's game on.
You could
because he's swinging the gun like he's going to point it at you and threaten you with it.
And you've had an incident.
You
had an incident on the road. He showed his aggression on the road.
Like he's already been harassing you on the road. Then
Right.
he pulls up next to you and brandishes a gun. Then arguably you could definitely shoot him.
But let's say a guy's breaking into your house and
Game on,
and
Florida.
you shoot him 4 times.
Mm-hmm.
Bam, 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 bam. I think you could get potentially in trouble, and I could be wrong if you just completely unloaded your clip on him.
Again,
They would say that
that's
you're
a tweener.
They would say that you went way up and beyond. But what's up and beyond when you're defending your castle?
Plus, you have to stop the threat. And if the person has a gun on them and they're still moving, then it doesn't take a lot of energy to squeeze a finger trigger.
Right.
So, you could, and people don't die when you shoot them right away. It's very unusual. What happened to Charlie Kirk, which was, what I consider to be, a death within 5 seconds. Most people,
very, very,
unusual.
very, very, very rare.
Very rare. First of all, only 1 in 5
get-
people die that get shot.
Oh, really?
That's the averages over the last few years. It's 1 in 5.
Now, let me ask you a question. And I've been hearing various reports. Did he indeed have a bulletproof vest on? Because
I saw his nipple. I don't know how you can see a nipple through a bulletproof vest.
I think that Charlie may have in other events and had a history of wearing a bulletproof vest, I guess, before people just to automatically assume that he had one on. But I actually watched a little bit of different, because I wanted to humor all the people in these conspiracy theories, and so I've been watching, I've been watching it a little bit more. I got kind of down that rabbit hole a little bit.
You feel dumber or enlightened?
Indifferent. I feel the same.
Okay.
I didn't think it didn't look like to me he had a bulletproof vest on this particular situation.
I heard he didn't. I mean, and you can see clearly. I mean, that he's just wearing like a white T-shirt. I feel like there'd at least be some puffing out, or you could tell if he had something on
Based
under
on
it.
extensive evidence gathered by authorities, including video footage and eyewitness accounts, Charlie Kirk was not wearing a
There you go.
bulletproof vest.
So initial reports was he was wearing one and it bounced off the top part of the Kevlar, and then that's what took a lot of the energy away.
They do have softer type like shirts like vests that aren't hard and they flex and they move around, but you can still see it under a thin T-shirt.
But here's the deal. With a bulletproof vest, unless you hit the center plate, and they have different types of configurations, but most of police officers and Leos and military, they have some really advanced ones as well, but just the standard issue, they come with this center mass plate which covers your heart and your center part of your body. But the vest can stop, like the Kevlar around the rest of the vest can stop like most handguns, but can't stop. I don't even know that the center plate vest can stop a 30-06.
It's interesting on the level of armor. The answer is it depends. A lot of the flexible armor, the top that's like a shirt,
right,
is limited to
like
handguns. Yeah, handguns, 9, 45, 38, maybe even up to a 357. Then there's the metal plate armor and the ceramic armor, which is also super thick but lightweight.
But in the middle,
and there's 3 and there's 3A, and one stops at 308 and one stops at 30-06. But it's very rare for people to buy that extra level of protection. I think it's 3A or 3 plus that it includes the 30-06 because it's so much more powerful than a 308.
So anyway, I don't. Yeah. So let's say it's confirmed that he was not wearing body armor.
Yes, and for the conspiracy theorists that think that the authorities are now making that up, his wife has come out and said she urged him weeks and months in advance to wear a bulletproof vest and even the dinner before this event, and he declined.
It would have helped his neck.
Yeah.
It would have. I mean,
it would not. No.
No, I mean, yeah.
It's not up there.
In fact, the Polk County sheriff who lost his life, the young kid who my foundation helped his family out. Remember and then Lummy, I was at the funeral event in the Miami Beach. Police officer was like scrolling through hot chicks at the beach photos and kind of carrying on, and I went down there and cut a promo on him.
Yep.
Well, that guy had a bulletproof vest, and it actually there's a couple of breach points on the standard Leo bulletproof vest, and one is right underneath your armpit / deltoid, like right here. Mm-hmm. And just because that's how they sit on you, covers mostly all your organs and your back, but not
your shoulder joint,
your neck, your neck, and then kind of right under your arm deal are a few of the breach points. And this guy, the Polk County Sheriff's Department, God bless the Polk County Sheriff, Deputy Sheriff. It was a sergeant inside the trailer that shot the bad guy and did like a 3 or 4 round burst. One of the bullets went astray, went through the trailer, ricocheted off of an old refrigerator, and went in through one of those breach points of a police-issued bulletproof vest. Now, that couldn't be. You could not emulate that shot 1 billion times. If you were to make that shot 1 billion times, okay, I'm gonna be shooting the bad guy inside the trailer. One of my bullets is gonna miss. One of the 4, it's gonna go through because trailers are made of just that tin, like that real thin tin lumping, and most of them just have like wood paneling and a little bit of insulation.
Not much to stop something.
No. So my errant bullet is going to go be out of the trailer, hit a old refrigerator because they were a bunch of hill jacks, hoarding hill jacks.
You have like refrigerators in the front yard?
Yeah, had like a broken down refrigerator.
That's awesome.
That they were gonna it didn't even work. They were gonna go scrap. And it hit
some copper in them pipes.
It hit the edge of an old dilapidated refrigerator, then went through the guy's, the one little area that a police officer issued vest doesn't cover, went through that area, traveled around his shoulder, and I think nicked his heart, and that's what killed him. So anyway, go to Bubba Army store, Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army shop. Realize we have 2 new items up, one of which is the tactical bag where you can carry virtually about anything. Seth, if I gave you a Bubba Army tactical bag, would you try to downsize your backpack and get it all in that, or do you just want to keep your backpack?
I'm a backpack guy.
Okay.
Come on, can we please go through your backpack and see what kind of crap you've accumulated?
I don't think he probably wants that.
So much fun.
Let's see.
It's usually pretty empty.
It's so big.
When I was doing my residency, Bubba, the interns would come in and they'd have those white coats on, and their pockets were filled with stuff they thought they needed, and I would literally go through them like Saving Private Ryan and just pull all the stuff out and throw it away right in front of them.
Like a real dick.
Yeah, but they were lightweight afterwards. They could move.
I got my emblem. I got a Yukon magazine.
Okay.
I got some cards.
Okay.
Looks like I got a couple notes.
Yeah.
Got my Zofran instructions in here.
You need those, right?
Right.
Can't remember?
Yeah. Some more cards. And then let's go in here.
By the way, all of which you've taken out is easily
thrown away.
Able to fit in my new in the Desert Storm camo tactical bag.
Oh, definitely.
All right, so here's the rest. So I got my medicine, I got a knife, pen, I got my little bluey guy, and so that could all get in a tactical bag.
Yeah, dude, dump the backpack.
And how much cooler would it be?
I don't know.
Than to carry some big backpack that like a 11th grader carries.
Yeah.
Because he's got 4 books and 3.
A laptop. You got a laptop in there?
I could.
Why not? But you don't.
I could.
Yeah, you can put your phone.
Yeah, do me a favor. Now, just this is about opening up your mind. Or can I ask a question that maybe we're not considering? You're afraid that you don't like the Bubba Army logo.
That's it.
Is that it, bud?
Yes, that's it, Bubba.
No, I'm just.
Yeah, I'm embarrassed to work here, even though I've literally been on camera 4 hours a day for the last year and a half.
I think it's a valid question, and thank you for diffusing it. Thank you very much. Now, here's this. Now, do me a favor. Put your stuff in it. and by the way, it's a brand new one, so it's a little stiff. They'll break in when they get that's a brand new one, and you can see how many different compartments. Now, I don't know do you not carry a wallet?
Yeah, I got a wallet.
Okay, so you can put a wallet in there.
You can put your knife in that back spot.
You can put the knife in the back spot, or you can put the knife in the front spot. Do you have your car keys?
No.
Or you just leave them in the car?
No, I just I don't need car. Yeah, I have car keys, Bubba. What do you mean?
All right, so
Do you leave them in the car?
I do sometimes here.
Sometimes here. I
Really?
mean,
Just because we got the gate.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. You know,
I'm not worried about anybody taking my Fusion. I would actually enjoy it if they did.
It's not a Fusion. It's a Hemi.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Please.
All right, I can't put my magazine in there, but I mean,
why can't you?
Well, it's big. It's a bigger magazine.
Let me see what it looks like.
It's this big. It's a Yukon magazine.
Why Yukon?
Oh, you could easily fold that in half.
I'm a Yukon basketball fan. I got somebody sent it to me.
Nice.
You could easily put that in there. Look at that.
Okay, yeah, I guess that's
Try the very top bunk. Or you know what you could.
Being a Duke fan, I hope that magazine gives you a paper cut.
Oh no. Oh my God. Damn.
So there you go. I mean, Seth, there you go. I mean, look. I mean, and if I would ever happen to buy you a gun for Christmas or something.
He needs a gun, dude.
He does. We need
absolutely needs a gun.
One of us needs to buy him a gun. But
how about a grenade?
No, those are
Grenade.
Those are easier to use. Pull the pin. Adios, bitch.
Walk away.
those are very.
Maybe
very,
we'll get you a smoke bomb.
Those are very. Get him some. You know what? Get him some sparklers. Okay.
He's great with sparklers.
That's about what his speed is.
What's the stuff the cops throw down to start burning eyes?
Pepper
Tear
spray?
gas?
Tear gas. Yeah.
Now, Seth, do you have a Bubba knife?
I have a knife. I don't know if it's a Bubba knife.
It's a mark from Tarpon knife.
It's a mark from Tarpon knife.
Still a nice knife, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
Still the staccato
That's a
type
nice
blade.
Knife. Yeah, I sold I traded the Bubba Army knife.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, remember I traded it for a Cooper flag card.
No, would you want a Bubba Army knife?
I mean, how many knives does a boy need?
Well, I'm just.
I'll take one. I mean, I can
You gotta
only
be
use.
able to hold one in each hand at the same time.
I can.
You know what I mean? You gotta do two knives. You need a minimum of two.
If he's got the mark from Tarpon knife, he's
nice knife.
more than he's more than.
I only have one good stabbing hand, Dan. I'm not good with my left at all, so I really just need
Just
one.
hold with your left, stab with your right.
So let me so now. Kush, were you able to get all of your stuff that you carried around in that big, really large backpack? Were you able to? Can you show the camera?
Yeah.
That it's all been condensed down to a over the shoulder.
It's in there.
Yeah.
Way better, Seth.
I got a magazine. And
Look at that.
Now you don't look like an old college kid. Look at that old creepy guy in economics.
Bub Army merch, Bub Army store, BubArmyShop.com. And there's all types of great stuff up there, including, I think we reordered the sun shirts. And Lummy, I'm in the middle of designing the new, we always come up with the new fragrance alpha in the first quarter. I got tennis shoes, fragrance, and I'm in the process of finalizing the design on this year's Bubba Army BARP, on this year's Bubba Army Royalty Party BARP ring participants, I should say, or should I say recipients. So I'm in the final stages of designing this year's ring. One thing is, last year I went with the biggest that they made available, which is a 6X. This year, and quite frankly, up most except for I think year one, Lummy, I think every other ring remember there were 2 years they were a little bit smaller. Remember?
Yeah. It was in third or fourth.
Four. I think there's been 3 rings out of what, 7. We've made
Yes.
7 rings.
Yes,
this is
total.
our 8th ring, and I think this is going to be the most wearable ring next to whatever I think maybe it might have been ring 4 and 5, but rings 2, 3, 6, and 7 have been just obnoxiously big, and you couldn't even really wear them. This ring I'm making this year is a 3X instead of a 6X, and it's the same price. I mean, it's a little bit different. It's like $15 more, the difference in sizes. But I'm trying to make this year's ring a ring that you could actually wear. like actually wear. Some people try to wear the big 6X, but I mean, I think last year's ring goes to your second knuckle. Like it goes to
2 knuckles deep, huh?
Yeah, it goes to your second knuckle easily. So I'm trying to develop this year's ring. I'm in the final processes. Lummy, before we go to words, can you get a picture of my?
There you go.
I'm going to send it to my boy Rico today. Rico Abreu.
Is he coming on the show? Are you doing a one-off with him or anything?
It's a nice shirt.
Look at that, Rico. That's right, my man. Congratulations on being the 2026 sprint car driver for Tony Stewart Racing. And, of course, you are keeping your main dude, Ricky Warner, which is key. So, yes, I think I have Rico maybe next week.
All right.
I think next week. That or I might go with Tyler Erb or Devin Moran.
Oh, those guys are great.
On the late model deals. Today in the 9 o'clock hour, I got a guy named Johnny Fratto Jr. Now, Johnny Fratto, Jr., Johnny Fratto Jr., he is running for a congressional seat down in the Lee County, Collier County area.
The 26th congressional district.
Right. Now, he I think originally from Southern California, but his dad was Johnny Fratto Sr., who he did some Hollywood stuff, but one of his claim to fame is he was on the Howard Show a lot, and he represented Eric the actor. And I think Seth remembers that, where Johnny Fratto Sr., because yesterday when I was telling you I was having in, you're like, didn't he represent Eric the actor?
Yeah, I heard the name. I didn't know if it was like a mob name or where I'd heard it.
It's a mob name.
But then I remember I used to hear it so much with Eric the actor, and I used to feel sorry for Fratto because he had to handle Eric, but I also
Eric
figured he was making some cash.
I don't know how much he really made from Eric the actor. I think Eric the actor was the biggest prick ever.
Oh, he'd call him in the middle of the night, and Fratto just had like a 2-year-old or something.
I think out of all the Whack Pack, I think the only one that really could have maybe been a movie star or in the movies would have been Beetlejuice.
What kind of movies?
Well, he was in a movie.
But we had Beetlejuice in here back in the day when we were on Sirius XM, and he thinks he's a star too. Like he really, really is tough to deal with. I never dealt with Eric the actor. I didn't have time for him. But Beetlejuice was quite the handful. I had him on the studio a few times. But we'll have Johnny Fratto Jr. on to talk about his run for the 26th congressional district in Florida. He's running, and I'm assuming that comes up in the November. Is the November vote considered the midterms?
No, it's next year.
That's next year.
It's 26.
So is there a lot of...
These are the ones that fixes all the people that died or retired, things like that.
All right.
Or got reappointed to another position.
So Johnny Fratto might have a chance?
When you have these off elections, anybody has a chance.
Can you tell me who he's running against?
Let me get it, yes.
Find that for me. I really want to talk about his grandfather.
Oh, yeah.
His grandfather was really a big-time mobster out of Chicago. And I think might have been part of the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. And mob stuff fascinates me. So I want to talk to him about that, and I've already had it approved. I had Lummy get a hold of Johnny Fratto Jr., who will be on today about 9:05, and said, "Hey, can Bubba talk about your grandpa?" And he said, "Hey, Bubba, I think Lummy told you I can talk about anything."
Yeah, he said he can talk about anything. He just doesn't want anything that can hurt his campaign. He said his family cannot hurt his campaign. So he said, women peeing in coffee cups, probably not the best look.
Women what?
So, peeing in coffee cups.
No,
I know.
I haven't done a woman peeing in a coffee cup ever. I did women peeing in coffee cans.
Yeah, we just, it was kind of a joke, I think, from him. But
okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic. We'll have Johnny Fratto Jr. on probably 9:05.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Oh, is this he's giving up?
I'm pretty sure.
It's a Republican seat?
Yeah.
It's Biden's Republican, right?
Yeah. He's in the 19th district.
South Black Eye and Cali, Donald Greco, GNG,
Morning, Mitch.
10K a month minimum.
Ghost. Profiles passed. Good morning. Fan Orlando. Dude, bro, Seth, 220, 4420. Ginzer. Bruto. That's Duke. Ripple Lips. Snow Slayer. Pick 6 prime time.
He's there now.
Broke Mug Groin, thank you. Tap it. Oh. Little bug, baby stroker, short stroker. Wolvers Afterbirth. J Fish. J-Lo Macaque.
Tom Murphy, 38 months. T-shirt Will, 76 months.
Judge Jeremy, good luck. Here, we got Thirsties, Mitch the Mark, Dawn, Hamdorf, good morning. Groups again. Jeff Pearson, Ginzer, this is Mitch, I think. J-Tiz, by the way. Derek Merchant, C.C. Hall, good morning. Danny Jean, Grumpy Little Biker.
Man, those 8 people that were outside ABC really got Jimmy Kimmel show brought back.
Mm-hmm.
It was that guy with the dog.
Peace, Dylan, good morning. Yesterday I drove the Lambo.
This FCC guy's gonna be steaming mad.
It says even on his website. It's the 26th. Living district.
Is this gonna be Jimmy Kimmel's best ratings in ever?
It'll be a splash. It'll be a,
Yeah.
Oh, a big splash. It's
I
got
set
to
my DVR.
You are?
No.
no. What I'm saying is, it's gonna be a week or two checkout period, but
Yeah, no, it'll just be how he, I just think.
So you think he's gonna go hard to paint, or you think he's gonna babyface?
you gotta he's got to babyface or he's done.
He's going to be coming out wearing a 45, 47 hat.
He was saying a couple days ago he's not gonna apologize, but I guess that was part of the deal.
I feel like by the time everybody got worked up about it, he already got put back on the air.
It's kind of funny because it shuts them all up now.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, God, those 4 days without Jimmy Kimmel were a dark day in American history.
So confused. It says on his website he's running for the 26th district.
broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Clem Kush. Today, right at 10. We're going to call it 10-10. 10-10. I thought we had a pretty good uncensored show yesterday. Just kind of cut it up and spit it up a little bit. I thought we did.
I mean, anytime you drop news that you're looking to dissolve the show in 3 years, I think that's big time stuff. I would go listen to it now.
I never want to dissolve the show. I may want to tweak the show, and that would be the way I could tweak the show, and just the vision that I have would be to change. It's a two-prong series. Would be to one, change the time of the show, and from 6 until 10, from like 11 to 1 or 10 to 1, something like that. And then, maybe and again, this will probably be on the latter part of my career. So we're talking, I think that would be the first change. And that could be, I think that.
Be ready for dinner at 2:00.
Well, no, it would allow me, Dan, to have a normal life. It would allow me to go to that Packers-Bucks Sunday night game and actually go to and actually be able to hang out with my friends and be able to do things like, I'm always invited to, like, all I got to do is blow a call into Steve or you or Jay and say, hey, can I go? May I come to a game this weekend because their Packers are playing and be in the box? And now that Daddy Joe's not here, I don't have to be nearly as by my time. I could actually go, yay, if the Packers scored a field goal. You know what I'm saying?
They'll still throw you over the front.
No, hold on. I'm not nearly afraid
of me.
Listen, take you, Jay, and Steve and multiply it times 1,000. Still doesn't scare me as much as one Daddy Joe, okay? You guys, like I said, my enthusiasm level would be, yay, the Packers scored. I would never be disrespectful as your guest in your box. But if I was doing 10 to 1 or 11 to 2 or 11 to 1 or something like that, where I could, literally sleep in, like I like to get here an hour and 15 minutes before the show starts. So when the show starts at 6, I like to get here at 4:45. Well, if the show started at 11 or 10, then that would be, 8:45 for 10 and 9:45 for 11. I mean, as long as I'm in bed by 1 o'clock, I'm getting my 8 hours. So, I can go out and do things like go to a Bucks game with Dan or do other things. The cool thing about the movie premiere is it was the first time that all of us, Jimmy Cleavis, Pitty, you, your brothers, it was the first time in a long, and Jeff Chiragante was invited, and so was Rob Elder, but they were both busy. But I can't tell you, the last time all of us boys got together. Can you?
No, it's because you're so into Merch Creek.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Are you?
You spend a lot of time together, and you guys do stuff together, and you go. You're living up in way North Tampa.
Listen to me. Would you just shut up? What has gotten into you?
What?
What has gotten into you?
No, you've been more into her. Nothing's wrong with that.
No,
I didn't say you had your nose up her ass. I just said you've been into her.
Listen, Johnny, getting a divorce and I'm free. Listen.
Oh boy.
Listen.
I'm not trying to be a dick.
I am the least. I am the most free of it. I can do anything I want at any time. It's because I go to bed, Dan, at 6 o'clock. That's why. That's why I can't do things. You guys know my doing
Yes.
even with you guys.
It hurts to stay up late.
Exactly. It's nothing to do with the merch crick. Nothing to do with the merch crick. So I mean, I'm thinking about scaling, moving the hours to the show. This probably will be at least a year from now, and then doing maybe 3 years of that, and then scaling back the show to like maybe 3 days a week. So again, nobody needs to make any knee-jerk reactions or knee-jerk comments or anything like that, because I don't see it happen anytime soon. I think what we're doing now is we're really getting some good traction on what we're doing now. I'm going to do more on the one-on-one podcasting thing, see how that works out. I got Lummy and Sad and a bunch of people helping me book guests, and so we're going to do that. We got that template ahead of us. And so
you're kind of hoping that you doing the interviews takes off. So I mean, that could be you essentially just have to do a few of those a week, and then that would be the extent of it.
Yeah, but I don't. That takes years. I think that takes years to develop. That just doesn't develop, in a year or two. That takes. Even Danny Jones and the other and Matt Cox and these guys who have really, really built their numbers up. It's been a 3 or 4 year process to I think Danny Jones is now over 1.1 million. So when you get to those levels,
didn't you get like a 35-year start in the media over those guys though?
Yeah, I did, but it's a 35-year start of doing a conventional terrestrial feeling show. And I think even you would admit that the marketplace and the content in general has changed from that standard. The only thing you can get on, the only show that you can potentially get is that show on the AM or FM dial. So that's changed tremendously. So you have to change with it, and I don't necessarily know. And I did change in 2017 when I went digital, but I've still retained my terrestrial feel, and I still want to retain that. But if it comes to a point where that's not growing, then it makes sense for me to do what you had talked about, doing earlier. And so, again.
That was the podcast yesterday. So like you were saying, that was kind of some of the things that we talked about on there.
Right. So anyway, what is your opinion with regards to Trump going completely bat crap crazy over Tylenol? And by the way, this is Trump.
Oh, we're going straight into this? Okay.
Well, yeah, Dan, that's mine. Is it okay that we do that?
I'm ready for it.
Okay. Thank you. First of all, Trump can't even. There was a big press conference, and I don't need to go through all that and hand over to this guy and hand over to that guy. I just need to go to the meat of it, and that is Trump is announcing that Tylenol may be tied to autism. Now, Tylenol, which I think is what Johnson & Johnson or Bayer or one of the big.
I think Bayer was aspirin.
What's that?
I think Bayer's huge one was aspirin. I don't think they I think they make it instead of Minifin, but they're not the ones that like really, really made the money on Tylenol. It's Tylenol.
I think Tylenol is owned by somebody.
Yeah, Kenvue.
Thank you, Bubba. Again,
It was spun off from Johnson & Johnson.
I thought it was Johnson & Johnson original.
How about that? Yeah. Bubba knowing more than Dan about a drug. I said Johnson & Johnson, and then I knew it had gotten spin off.
Yeah, in 2023.
The reason why I knew that, Dan, is because guess where one of Johnson & Johnson's national headquarters is?
Let's see, Indiana?
Warsaw, Indiana.
Unbelievable.
Warsaw, Indiana. They also own Zimmer Orthopedics, too.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Johnson & Johnson owns Zimmer?
Yes.
I think they own Mentor breast dogs.
Zimmer initially started out as a private company, stayed a private company for years, and then it changed hands from one hedge fund to another, and then it merged with its number one competition in town, which I think was Biomat, and then I think Johnson & Johnson came in and bought it up. So when you are, as the federal government, make these type of statements where you think Tylenol is is linked to autism, and Trump goes just crazy about do not take Tylenol, you know that they got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 floors of lawyers that are drawing up lawsuits right now against the federal government. I mean, what's the federal government's going to have to show all of their testing and why they are able to make and usually it's an FDA person or somebody not nearly as swinging D as the president making these allegations. Now, the last time that Tylenol had a controversy like this was in the 80s when and you guys can look this up, but I know because
You covered it.
Well, I didn't cover it, but I remember being very close to it. It was based out of Chicago. And when living in Warsaw, Indiana, we got a lot of our news out of Chicago. But they had Tylenol tampering. And if you guys remember, which probably none of you do, is that there was a bad guy in Chicago that's what caused the invention of the safety seal and the child-proof cap on Tylenol. And somebody was going to the store, picking up random bottles of Tylenol, and then injecting them with like cyanide or something like that. But maybe you can
People
find
were dropping like flies. And they did.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do remember it, and I remember two things about it.
Specifically Tylenol.
Specifically Tylenol, and what they did. Two things happened, just like you said, the tamper-proof packaging, and they also started making caplets, which were like a capsule-shaped tablet. But the brilliant thing was how Johnson & Johnson got in front of this. They pulled all the Tylenol off the shelves, immediately came out with this modified packaging, and rescued their reputation when it was about to go downhill. So I applaud what Johnson & Johnson's response was, because it saved Tylenol. Now, if you don't remember, 25 years ago was when they were saying you can't take aspirin anymore. Kids can't take aspirin anymore. And so Bayer and all those other companies that had a lot of money in aspirin got kicked in the knees. And so now it's Tylenol's turn. And if you remember, that happened 25 years ago when they did the shift from aspirin to Tylenol for everyone, because they were worried about Rye syndrome and all these other problems with young kids and pregnant moms. Then all of a sudden, autism did start going up. There were a couple other things that happened at the same time. Two specifically were a lot of high fructose corn syrup replaced sugar, and that hepatitis B shot at birth. So what Trump talked about 4 or 5 things that are really important, and this Tylenol thing was based on a meta-analysis. And a meta-analysis, for those who don't know, is a study of studies. You group 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 big studies together, you end up with these giant numbers, which give you a better opportunity to look for things that are kind of rare.
Now, can Tylenol... Does there come a point in life where you're immune to autism, meaning like after a certain age, your body has developed past its window of getting autism? Like a 27-year-old guy who's normal, and all of a sudden still continues to take Tylenol, it's not going to make you. I mean, I've never heard of a drug. I've always been under the assumption that Tylenol was, as a child, whether you were, not following the 2 and talking, or you were taking preservative-based, thimerosal-based vaccines, or just the overall. But I was always under the impression, and I think people too would agree, is that like autism, there comes a certain age where you're out of the autism woods. Is that true?
Autism markedly decreases once you become 4 or 5 or 6 years old. The chances of like slipping back into it are pretty rare.
And
however, it can happen.
Even as an adult?
Not as an adult, it would take a huge insult to have that kind of neurological problem, because your brain's not developing anymore.
So once your brain,
deteriorating.
what time?
Probably somewhere around 8.
So you're trying to say your brain's done developing at 8?
Not done developing. It's not developing at hyperspeed.
At what age does your brain stop growing? And 8, I guess probably when you stop growing.
When your
right?
skull stops growing, which is probably around 12.
All right. So by 13, you probably are out of the woods of getting autism.
Yes.
And so this, let me just play that.
Immediately, the FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of acetaminophen.
I can't believe he couldn't say acetaminophen.
He completely Bubba Clemmed it here.
He completely locked up.
How we say that? Acetaminophen.
Sound it out, Donnie. Sound it out, buddy. Just like I butcher the English language.
Okay. Which is basically commonly known as Tylenol.
Tylenol, that's right, Tylenol. It probably comes from China.
During pregnancy can be associated with a very increased risk of autism. So taking Tylenol.
It says the majority of scientific literature suggests no causal link between autism and what's that?
No causal link?
No causal link between autism and exposure to Tylenol in the womb. I have people that will disagree with that.
Well, Bubba, it's funny because during this whole COVID thing, we've learned that the narrative doesn't necessarily match the science. And there are a lot of studies, meta-analysis, randomized prospective studies, case-controlled studies, and retrospective studies that showed that ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine were very effective in helping fight COVID. But those studies were destroyed in the media and disregarded by the mainstream medical community because it didn't fit their narrative. And so every time there's a study that showed that hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin was successful, they would destroy the study. And every time there was a study that showed that there wasn't a link, they would make that study front page. The same has happened with vaccines. And there's been multiple studies over the last 25 years that have showed some suggestions that some vaccines at some times can cause some problems. But it's such a big industry, there's such a big lobby for it that it's ignored. And I mean, again, Bubba, you had 12 shots, maybe 11 growing up. So did I. And we did great. My kids had about 14 shots because I delayed them, and they're great. But there's 3 things that we need to talk about with these shots. Too many at once.
Too many too soon.
Too many too soon. And never when you're sick. And so what he's saying is, let's look at this a little bit more reasonably. So I remember a few years ago they were blaming high fructose corn syrup for autism. And now they're blaming Tylenol. And they're going to blame all kinds of other things because it's multifactorial.
So listen,
these all have some validity to it.
I just got a text from Roger Stone. I've been waiting for him.
All right.
He said, call me right now. I want to talk about the film.
Oh, let's call him.
And he's got a way to get me on Alex Jones.
Nice.
So I'm going to suspend the Tylenol talk, which we can get back to. I'm going to do some words, and we'll call Roger Stone next.
Perfect.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Dan, if you pop out during this break, can you just help me with a medical question I have?
Sure. I gotta pull that.
And look at my fucking text I sent you.
Me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought it was ambiguous enough. Sorry.
No, you weren't.
Understood.
Rick.
You don't have like big, but it's jacked.
Okay. Centric.
I just said never. I got kind of freaked out.
You know what would help you right now? A saltwater gargle.
That's what it said online, actually.
Yeah, that actually does work.
Does it? Okay.
Dude, put a little salt in a little water and just.
Do we have it here?
Everyone's got fucking salt. You got salt, Bubba, don't you?
Yeah, we should in the cabinet above the microwave.
Let me tell Macho Man to give me Roger Stone on the phone with Roger Stone box.
We're working on it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then next break, I might have you get me some pretzels if you don't have them.
Yeah, no, we do. You want me to run right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're not dying.
My plate's up here.
All right.
Oh man, I'm dying.
Yeah, Seth's dying.
Shit. Oh man.
Well,
It's nice. Mine
you
isn't.
need to feel the trigger. I got it's empty. I got the thing out. Hand it to you, empty and clear.
Jesus.
Timney.
Did you have that
Yeah,
reworked?
it's a Timney trigger. It's a different trigger. Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice. That's good. I mean, I'm not too crazy about it. Thank you.
I'm going to feed it to you directly, one at a time.
I'm good. I got my. I'm having throat issues.
Oh,
so
no,
let
What
me-
else do you need for that?
I'm barely hanging on right now.
Oh no. I thought you were more than fish sticks.
You should have seen Dr. Dan looking for salt out there.
Oh, you didn't go find it?
There's my.
He was looking for it like I was coding out on the table.
I'll get you a like
You're good.
out there.
You're good.
We've done cooking out there.
Oh
There's
man.
my.
We put it in the fridge.
Is this all in the fridge?
Well,
Unless there's dry.
Salt in the fridge.
that's the only thing I can think of. Should have a big one.
Should we put salt on the Amazon wish list?
No.
No? Okay. All
We're gonna
right.
start trading in salt soon.
Salt's really not good for you.
What's up, Yenzer? No, I got a scargle with it.
No, I mean, in those applications it is. And if you're playing sports, it is. But overall,
Yeah.
to live your life.
Sodium, the silent killer.
Right.
And Tylenol. Salt and Tylenol.
JJ Grover. Exactly.
Here we go.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Roger Stone standing by.
Leave a message.
Roger, it's Bubba trying to call you live. I'll call you back. Stand by. He reached out to me. See, that felt like he was on the other line.
Good morning.
The man. How are you, my friend?
I'm great. How about you?
When we premiered the documentary 2 weeks ago, that shows you sitting down, you got everybody got a pop, you got an applause because they're like, okay, here comes some real good stuff.
Look, I want to congratulate you. This documentary, first of all, it's historically important because the record needed to be set straight. A lot of people went around for a long time thinking that Bubba did something wrong when Bubba did nothing wrong. So I think it's important from that historical point of view. It's entertaining as hell. And it points out who the bad guy is. This guy, Keith Davidson, tried to destroy the president of the United States. He, as you know, he tried to save his own skin.
Does the president fundamentally know that, Roger? Because I don't, I don't know if, because he's so busy and he's got so much going on.
He knows it now.
But
he knows it now.
He knows
it now because
did the film? You said he watched it and he may not have known it. Just because it was so underhanded and so shady, and for you to have to, he probably didn't know about the no pros in Tampa and know that the FBI used that as leverage, like you said, to get to get Davidson to flip, which then at that point, Davidson just handed the FBI Cohen on a silver platter. I don't know that he knew that.
Well, he's seen the trailer. I can't tell you that he said to Vladimir Putin, "Sorry, Vlad, I can't meet with you right now. I got to watch this documentary." But I believe he will watch it this weekend. But his response was, "This puts a lot of pieces together I didn't understand." So I think he gets the big picture. And I think he'll understand the whole thing when he gets the time that he can step away from trying to foster world peace to watch this great documentary.
Wow, that's great. Roger, first of all, thank you for appearing in it. You're kind of the political clout that we needed to get down to start going down that road. You were the political clout that we needed to tell that side of the last third of the doc that ties in Cohen with Davidson. And God, if the feds had just done their job and not cut a deal with Davidson and Tampa, look how many bad things happened after they let that guy go.
Well, look, I didn't know the whole story myself until you came friends for a long time.
Yeah.
You filled in the blanks, and then I finally understood what had really happened. Now, as far as the film is concerned, I think I looked like Methuselah, but
no, you look great. You look great.
These are great. These are great days. We're very obviously sad about the brutal political murder of our friend Charlie Kirk, who I got to tell you, Bubba was a really good guy. When the FBI raided my home, 6:00 in the morning, 29 heavily armed FBI agents wearing night goggles, full SWAT gear, brandishing fully automatic M4 weapons to put on this show for CNN when, in fact, I'd done nothing wrong whatsoever. Charlie Kirk called me out of the blue. Never heard of the guy, didn't know him, wasn't familiar with his work. And he said, this is wrong what they did to you. There is no Russian collusion. You and I both know it. And he became both a public and, more importantly, a private advocate for me to keep me out of the pokey. And I'll never forget it. Spoke at all of his conferences. Just a really smart guy. I'll tell you something else. He would have been governor of Arizona, and he would have been president. It was inexorable.
I was hearing that by the time by the time that JD or whoever cycles out, that Charlie Kirk had really, really, really good chance to be the president.
Well, he had the faith and the courage and the principles and the drive, and the most important thing of all, the discipline. Could have been a great candidate, could have been a great governor of Arizona if that's what he chose, and he could have been a great president. He was an amazing, amazing guy, very selfless, very dedicated, very hardworking. This is a great tragedy, but what's ironic is he's going to have a greater impact on history and on the country in death than he ever could have had in life, even if he had become president. He now goes down, in the pantheon with Barry Goldwater, with Ronald Reagan, with Donald Trump, with people who really, really changed the country, and for the good. So it's a sad time for me and my family. Plus, I got to start wearing the Kevlar vest again, but, it's the way it is.
I remember one time when you came to Tampa and I put my arm around you, gave you a big hug, and you had a vest on, and I looked at you and I go, "Really, Roger? I mean, for real?" And you're like, "Yep, for real." And I was just, I can remember that. I'll never forget that exchange we had. And I was like, wow, I never knew that it was, I know that you're polarizing. I know that, when you're Roger Stone, it's not easy walking a day in your shoes, but I never knew that you had to go to those lengths. And that was like 4 years ago, 4 years ago that you were having to do that.
Well, the death threats had trailed off after Trump's election, but they're still pretty consistent. There's a lot of lunatics out there. And, if I went into a nice restaurant and I saw, I don't know, Nancy Pelosi having dinner, I wouldn't start screaming obscenities at her. I would just ignore her.
I'd ask her I'd ask her for stock tips.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Like, hey, Nancy, I'm not supposed to like you. I'm Roger Stone, and I'm the man. But listen, could we get together on a stock portfolio gimmick? Maybe that can make us some money.
Well, either that or I might have sent a bottle to the table, one or the other. But
yeah. Oh, you better send two because she's going to go through one all right by yourself.
The sad thing is when she passes away, God forbid, they can't cremate her because her body would burn for 3 days.
It's like rubbing alcohol. So, Raj, are you still doing the WABC nightly, daily? I mean, like every day?
Yes, 7 days a week, 77 WABC in New York, the strongest AM radio station in the world, 7 nights a week, 8 p.m. Eastern. You go to WABCradio.com,
And they also have an app. But they also have an unbelievable user-friendly app too, Roger. Very big app.
Yeah, so you can, if you can't listen live, and a lot of people can't because they have a family life, you can listen to the show after the fact by going to the app, by going to WABCradio.com. And then I do 2 hours on Sunday. You know how hard that is.
Yes.
A lot of work to keep it fresh and interesting. That's the Roger Stone Show, 3 to 5 every Sunday. Again, 77 WABC in New York. Now the face for radio, so it works out really well.
Well, Raj, I'm just telling you, that's really turned into quite a franchise because it started out with just the weekends, and then I know, is that Big Apple Media? Is that what it is?
Red Apple Media is our and that's, franchisers.
And that happened to be one of the guys, whoever owns that, he's one of the guys who's got the balls to step up against, regular legacy, iHeart, Odyssey, Beasley, Cox, and put on a, his own syndicated conservative-based, talk network that goes right against, everything that these big corporations, against what they feel. And he's really built a lineup, including giving my good friend Anthony Cumera a show on Sundays that's been doing unbelievable. I think Anthony's after you on Sundays, I think.
He is, and I'd like to be as good as he is. The guy is so good. I mean, he's so smooth. I'm still learning. This is now my second year in radio. I've learned a lot by listening to you. I've learned a lot by listening to Larry Kudlow, if you want to know the truth.
Yeah.
I've learned a lot by listening to Anthony. But I like radio. It's fun. I try to, I'm taking notes and preparing right up to the minute we go on the air because I want it to be timely. I want it to be, in the now in terms of what just happened. And it's interesting, the weekend of Butler, Pennsylvania, the weekend that they tried to kill our president, I was going to pre-record that Friday. I was feeling lazy for a Sunday show. And had I done so, my Sunday show would have been completely and totally outdated. I would have missed the whole thing. For whatever reason, I decided at the last minute to go live on Sunday. Now I'm live every Sunday. I'm not phoning it in.
Now, Roger, with that Butler, Pennsylvania deal, because you didn't phone it in, and you had probably boots on the. I mean, you're as close to the president, and also probably as security detail, boots on the ground. You probably had insight on that nobody else had.
Bubba, there's still too many questions, just like this current situation surrounding my friend Charlie Kirk. I don't know. I don't know what happened there. Look, I wrote a New York Times best-selling book, The Man Who Killed Kennedy, The Case Against LBJ. I think it's the best Kennedy assassination book. I make the case that, yes, the CIA, the mob, big Texas Oil, certain big financial interests, they were all in on the murder of Kennedy. They all had their own individual interests, but Lyndon Johnson was the man calling the shots.
Yep, Texas
Cui
Instruments,
bono, as they say.
Who
had the most to benefit?
It was, I've been told or speculated that Texas Instruments was one of LBJ's largest contributor, and was one of the largest contributors to Intel and keeping the Vietnam War going as far as the things that they make and things like that. And so they needed to off Kennedy because LBJ would keep the war going. And, JFK didn't want the war to go. And so Texas Instruments, in conjunction with, LBJ, had him off.
General Dynamics, several others, exactly right. Lady Bird and LBJ made millions off the Vietnam War. They owned a huge amount of General Dynamics stock, a huge amount of Bell helicopter stock. It was all about money. There's a new book out about how the presidents handled their money, and writes this great story. I think it was KTBU, was the radio station that Lyndon Johnson's wife, Lady Bird, owned. Right. He buys the station for a song. Then he uses his clout as a U.S. Senator to pressure the FCC to expand their signal. But then he uses the radio station as the conduit for bribes. In other words, you buy radio advertising for hundreds of thousands of dollars, which never actually runs. That's just how he was getting most of his bribes during the time he was in the U.S. Senate and continuing into the time that he was president.
Was he way worse of a president that anybody ever really like he kind of slips under the radar. Like people don't really give him probably the crap and the shadiness like I knew about his wife, buying several. I think it was actually not just one radio station, Roger. I think it was several that they bought.
Well, they expanded it. Later became a series of radio stations, also a television station. But look, he was a functioning lunatic. He was a pill popper. He was a womanizer. He was a congenital liar. He was a coward, physical coward. He would conduct White House staff meetings while sitting on the toilet defecating, so that he could humiliate the young Ivy League White House aides that he had inherited from Jack Kennedy. The guy was a sadist. He was a maniac. If you read my book, The Man Who Killed Kennedy, Case Against LBJ, New York Times bestseller, by the way, it's a personal profile. I believe, and I make a pretty good case, that he killed at least 14 men on his way to killing Jack Kennedy to cover up venal corruption, to cover up voter theft, to cover up all of his crimes. He was unhinged, but he was very smart. When he left, he put Jack Valenti, who was one of his White House aides, in charge of the Motion Picture Association to make sure that no one ever would make a movie that told the truth about Lyndon Baines Johnson, for example. So here's a guy who was a hardcore, virulent segregationist. Lyndon Johnson killed every piece of civil rights legislation through the 50s. Open housing legislation, voting rights legislation, any kind of civil rights legislation. And then he gets elected vice president. And he and Jack Kennedy do a very clever act. Jack comes to town and says, we're going to do something about civil rights. We're going to do something about equality. Johnson comes in 3 days later and says to the courthouse boys, don't worry about that, boys. He's just trying to get the end vote. He's just trying to get the end vote. We're not going to do any of that stuff. Very clever act that they did. By the way, John Kennedy, despite the fact I think he was a great president, never did anything for civil rights, never signed any civil rights legislation, because Lyndon Johnson kept telling him to wait. You need to wait till your second term, Jack, because the old bulls in the Senate, all of whom were, Southerners, they'll kill your program. When in fact he was just preserving that for him to do after he had John Kennedy murdered, and it gave him license to go deeper into Vietnam with the liberals. They couldn't challenge his going back into Vietnam because he'd done so much for civil rights. He was our worst president. If you have any doubt, I urge you to read my book, The Man Who Killed Kennedy, The Case Against LBJ. You can go to stonezone.com. You want the paperback version, it's got 3 extra chapters. It will curl your hair.
So, Raj, when you get in the New York Times bestseller, Who Killed Jack Kennedy, do you get into, because being from Tampa, and this always comes up if you know anybody from Tampa, about the Santos Trafficante angle, where there's this widespread rumor within Tampa where Kennedy was in Tampa the night of either a couple days or a day before, and Santos Trafficante, in conjunction, I guess, potentially with Cuba or something like that, where they potentially were going to kill him in Tampa with Santos Trafficante's doing. Did you ever hear? Do you touch on that much?
Yeah, I covered that very extensively. What happened was Joe Kennedy, Joseph P. Kennedy, the ambassador to Britain, Jack Kennedy's father, Frank Costello's partner in the bootlegging business. They controlled the illegal from liquor from New York all the way up to the Canadian border. Travels to Chicago, meets with the boys, all the boys. Sam Giancana from Chicago, Mickey Cohen from Los Angeles, Kimmel Humphreys from Vegas, Santo Trafficante from Florida, Carlos Marcello from
New Orleans,
from Texas, Louisiana. Controlled the mob in both states, and they made a deal that the Kennedy administration would drop the deportation proceedings, because Eisenhower's Attorney General Herb Barnell was trying to deport Trafficante and deport Marcello. So a deal was made. $1 million changed hands. Now, Bubba, $1 million in 1959.
Oh my Lord, that's like
that's a lot of money.
$20 million in today's world.
So anyway, Jack is elected president, mostly because the mob guys are twisting arms for him in Chicago and Texas, and earlier in the West Virginia primary. And then Jack Kennedy appoints his brother Bobby as his attorney general, and Bobby goes after Santo Trafficante, hammer and tong, trying to throw him in jail. And as well as Marcello. They actually kidnapped Marcello, and they dumped him in Guatemala because that's where he had that's where he claimed residence. That's where he said he was from. So, there was definitely a plot in Tampa to kill Kennedy. There's also a plot in Miami, a plot in Chicago. But at the last minute, for whatever reason, it was called off. And then in Dallas, unfortunately, it all came together. But, it's a simple question. John Kennedy was going from the Dallas-Fort Worth airport to the merchandise mart, neither one of which is inside the city limits of Dallas. Why did he have to dip into Dallas and go through Dealey Plaza? Why would he go on a motorcade route in which they violate the Secret Service protocol, which says the presidential limousine is never to come to a full stop. But it came to a full stop, took a hard right turn at a stop sign, and that's when it became a turkey shoot.
What are your opinions, Roger? And I think you touched on a little bit earlier with all the Charlie Kirk conspiracies, and me and Seth, one of my co-hosts yesterday, like we're kind of maybe believing what they're telling us, but there's so many other rabbit holes that you can go down with regards to the side shooter and then the right hand. There's just like, do you have an opinion on that?
I just have one question. Look, I'm not an experienced rifleman. I'm not a marksman. This is not my thing. But very much like with John Kennedy, where is the exit wound? If he is shot with the caliber rifle we are told by the FBI he's shot with, where is the exit wound? It's not there. I mean, you can see video. It's not there. So I have a lot of questions. I understand that there's a trap door beneath the area where he's speaking. They've now paved that over. Kind of remind me when they paved the sidewalk next to where my friend James Tague was a car dealer, young car dealer in Dallas. He went down to see JFK's motorcade. While he was standing there, a bullet hit the curb right next to where he was standing. Fleck of cement bumps up, kind of scrapes his cheek. He was bleeding. Goes to the Dallas police, tells them everything. Clearly, there's an extra bullet that's unaccounted for. When he goes back the next day to where he was standing, the hole in the sidewalk had already been patched.
I had heard they'd already submitted over the trap door. I heard that. I heard like the camera that was in his back, the back facing camera, the panoramic view that had been taken down immediately.
Why do they terminate the crime scene? Why don't they immediately throw up yellow tape and keep people out of the crime scene until they figured out what's going on? No, there's a lot of legitimate questions. I'm not going to feed into conspiracy theories that I don't know anything about. I'm like you. I'm watching it online and seeing a lot of different theories, but a lot of it just doesn't add up. Oh, let me get this right. He shot, then he disassembled the rifle, which experienced riflemen tell me, is not easy, not something that takes just a few minutes. It takes tools. Then he reassembles it. Why? And puts it in a place where it can obviously be found. That seems kind of strange to me.
Yeah.
Changes his clothes, changes out of the clothes that he supposedly shot in, and then changes back into them. That makes no sense. Plus those messages on Discord with his allegedly transgendered girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever it was. That reads like AI to me. A little too perfect. Certainly not a guy in a hurry. That's for sure.
No.
So too many questions. We pray for wisdom in this. We pray that the truth ultimately comes out, which I think it will. But at this point, I just don't know. I only know that a good man was cut down in the prime of life.
Raj appears on like the last third of Video Killed the Radio Star. He watched it. He participated in it. He was kind of our big get with regards to we needed a segue to go from kind of my stuff into the political arena that most people, including the president, had no idea how the feds got to Cohen. And it's my understanding that Roger has shared this with President Trump, and that he might be watching it this weekend. And Raj, I just can't thank you enough for one, helping me out in doing it, and two, getting it to Donald. It would be something if he would tweet about it, or I think if he would tweet about it or even do anything about it, it could really, really add. It could add gasoline to this already pretty good fire we got going on. And I just wanted to let you know how thankful I am for not only this, but we've been friends well before my documentary. And I remember, I don't know how many years ago, I think it was 2018, 2017, I'd finally gotten to, I think Netflix said, when did Get Me Roger Stone first appear, Roger?
It's a good question. I guess that was 2017.
So I watched it like as it was, trending, and I watched it, and I remember, telling my producers, I got to try to get a hold of this dude because, man, he is, I never knew who this dude was, but I do now, and I would really love to have this guy on the air from time to time. I align with his beliefs, and he's just a straight shooter. And a great dude, and we've been friends ever since. And I'm very thankful for that, Roger. So thank you for being such a great friend.
Well, I congratulate you on this film. It's a great film for anybody who hasn't seen it. They got to see it. Fills in a lot of the blanks. Now, Bubba, I understand you're having my friend Johnny Fratto on.
Yes.
Johnny will be wearing a really good-looking suit. Ask him how much it would cost in a man's size.
I actually sent word to him yesterday. Can we get into your grandfather and some of the stuff he used to do back in Chicago? And he said that was not off base, that we could.
Well, he'll be an interesting guest.
The Louis Fratto, I think, was his name, and then of course his dad, Johnny Fratto Sr., dabbled in Hollywood and things like that. And yes, I got him on, so I'll definitely tell him that I had you on earlier, and they asked about him. And Raj, if you can help me make that Alex Jones connection, I think that could be huge for this film.
Yeah, I reached out to Alex. He's seen the trailer. I think he's quite interested as well. He's having a bit of a renaissance, as you know, hitting huge numbers. He and I did a 90 minutes on the Kennedy assassination, and last time I checked, it had 65 million downloads.
Wow.
65 million.
Wow.
Yeah, it was great.
Great. Good for him. And Raj, thank you so very much again for participating in this. And Raj, this is a question. This is a question form, not a statement. But had the government not cut a deal with Keith Davidson, I don't think that gives them standing to get into Michael Cohen's computer. And I don't know that Donald Trump has 34 felony convictions that were put on him.
Yeah, of all the phony cases against Trump, that case, which, by the way, is still pending, as of right now, absent appeal, Donald Trump's got to report to jail after his presidency, which is an outrage. And his lawyers are appealing that because they could never actually define the crime. What exactly is the crime? You're allowed to reach a confidentiality agreement, a settlement with somebody in a harassment matter, but there is no underlying crime here. So this is just an effort to keep him off the ballot or destroy the greatest single political comeback in American history. It didn't work. But without Cohen and Davidson, I don't think they would have nailed him in this phony lawsuit.
I think
legal action.
I think if Cohen doesn't flip just on his own without having Davidson flip, and the feds already knew what they were looking for because Davidson had given it to them. But had the feds not known what they were looking for, I don't think you can go to a federal judge with a wide fishing expedition, say, hey, we need to look, but you can only go to a federal judge when you have the other side of the communication. They'll probably grant that. And had they busted, had they laid the law to Keith Davidson in Tampa, none of that would have existed.
If Michael Cohen's IQ was 1 point lower, you'd have to water him like a plant. I always thought he's one of the dumbest guys I ever met, and he obviously had no character whatsoever. But I think it's very important to recognize they didn't jam him up based on anything he had done for Donald Trump.
No, they jammed him up on like the taxi cab medallions and and some stuff like that,
tax evasion and so on. So. He was a bad apple. He seemed to believe that if Donald Trump was elected president, that he would become White House chief of staff. That was never, ever going to happen. So I think there's a lot of bitterness there. He acted very much out of bitterness, and then they caught him on his own stuff.
So, Raj, when you get with 47, I just saw a picture you sent me a couple weeks ago of you in the Oval Office. Does 47 ever come? Because you work for the great Ronald Reagan, and you've advised so many great people over the years, and been their lightning rod, or at least their confidant on, or at least what direction they potentially might, or at least they asked you your opinion. Does 47 ask the great Roger Stone for his opinion on things?
We talk politics, but for the 50 years that I've known him, it has always been my policy not to discuss the specifics of our conversations. I'll tell you what kind of mood he was in.
Yeah, no, and I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to breach any of that, Raj. I was just, wanting, I wasn't trying to.
Yeah, no, we continue to have a great relationship. Look, but for him, I'd probably be dead.
Well,
I think that was the idea. Send Stone to a COVID-19 infested prison in Georgia, so that way he never gets to appeal. That's how D.C. works. It's not like the old days when you used to just compete against Democrats. Sometimes they beat you, sometimes you beat them. You always look forward to the next election. Now they want to destroy you. They want to put you in jail, or they want to shoot you like they did Charlie Kirk. It's very sick, very sick.
Now, but I think in the documentary, which is still on Netflix, Get Me Roger Stone, I think it is documented that you are the first one, and the most influential one that got him to run for president. I think that you are I think that's definitely on you, and people give you credit for that.
Well, I wanted him to run since 1988. It was the first time it came up. I always thought that he had the size. I don't mean the physical size, but the presence, the stature, the independence, the guts, the stamina, the drive, not just to be a great presidential candidate, but to be a truly great president. And he's proving that every day. And post-Butler, I think he has a renewed sense of urgency. He knows every single day counts. He's got 4 certain years, to turn this country around, and he's doing it. It's amazing to see how well the country's doing. In June, for the first time in decades, we actually had a surplus. We actually brought in more money than we paid out, which is hard to believe. And this is just the beginning. Once we get a Federal Reserve Board that quit playing politics and cut interest rates on the American people, where do you see this economy take off?
Raj, thank you for getting it to him. I'm almost a nervous wreck knowing that he's watched the trailer and he actually might watch it. If you get any feedback, would you give it to me? I'd love to hear it.
Of course. And sooner or later, I'll head to Tampa so you can buy me some barbecue.
Yeah, of course. Whatever you want, buddy. It's on me. You know that.
Bubba, you know who else we have on that Roger knows well is the Manhattan Madam.
Oh, the Manhattan
Kristen
Madam.
Davis.
We got her on next week, Roger.
Oh, good luck with that. All right, I'll talk to you guys.
Hey, Raj, let me know information as updates as you get it, and let's do this more often. Not only just to promote Video Killed the Radio Star, but just to catch up with Roger Stone and promote your show. And everybody can always go to the Stone Zone. That's stonezone.com, whether it's buying merchandise or one of his New York Times bestsellers, or he has a newsletter that he puts out, or don't forget, you can go get the 77 WABC app. It's free, and listen to Roger's show every night live at 8 o'clock, or listen to the replay as they offer it. So, Raj, I love you, my friend, and more importantly, I'm so thankful for what you've done for me. And let's keep in better touch, my friend.
All right. Take care, Bubba. God bless you.
Thank you, Roger. I appreciate you, my friend. Wow, that was great. He
was the Madam thing a touchy subject?
It got him right off the phone.
I know.
Way to chase the guest off the phone.
Lummy, way to go. You might have.
What I have researched is he's her god. Her son is he's the godfather of her son. and she lived with them for a couple years in New York a couple years ago.
Yeah, he said, gotta go, my friend.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Years.
Might as well.
Any relationship you have with a madam is probably not really one on the up and up.
Well, this was from like a couple years ago.
He ran after that question.
Well, I wonder why she told me that she had a good relationship with Roger Stone.
Oh.
Or maybe that he could get a good.
It was a really good relationship.
We should ask them how the new ballroom is. Or the deck, or whatever they build.
Okay. See, I guess I'm.
You don't want to talk about it.
Ask Johnny Fratto if he wears men's suits. Oh! Sorry. Go to stonezone.com to get your autographed paperweight.
Yeah, the Rock.
It's a stone. In the House of Stone and Light. Holy shit, Trump is crispy in that fucking video.
He just got out of the tank there.
That looked like a tan and not makeup. That looked like a fierce tan.
But I sent you who Fratto is running against. It looks like he's now running for the 19th district. His website says the 26th, but he's running for the 19th because he's replacing Byron Donald's seat, who's running for governor of Florida.
Do we have to interview his opponent?
No. There's like 6 of them.
What's up, Dirt Merchant? What's up, Triple Chin? Man, if I was Trump, I would fucking show up to Kimmel instead of the fucking front row.
Oh, and the front row Willie? Front row Willie. That would be fucking absolutely brilliant.
With the FCC guy just eating popcorn.
Or with the coal guy.
Yeah.
What did you guys come up with?
What's up, Nats fan? What's up, Lou? What's up, Smith?
Front row at Kimmel's.
Oh, that would be funny.
What's up, Jeff? Fight for your life! John Kostika.
So,
Oh, sweet.
just put a little bit of water, gargle it once, do it several times. Do it now, and then do it like after the show,
Okay.
and maybe do it like 11.
Thank you.
You'll feel better. Once you feel better. This outfit 212, John Kostika started. Big one. Spuds. Jesus Christ. Like that one. I have one. I realized something last night.
The salt is brown. Just kidding.
That's cool. It's not probably enough moisture hold. I realized something last night.
Oh, it's fine.
You know why? Because every time I'm mad at her, because every time I look down, we weren't there. The preseason games, we gave away tickets. I don't know. Anyway.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Just to let everybody know, that wasn't my video killed the radio star major announcement. Having Roger Stone on, he literally texted me out of the blue today and said, "Hey, let's go on, talk about the video." And I said, okay, and that's when I cut Dan a little bit short on him getting into the Tylenol stuff and autism and stuff, which we'll pick back up. But I still have news with regards to Video Killed the Radio Star, available at 3 different platforms, Apple TV, Amazon, and then, of course, Google Play. Go out and buy it now while you can. But I do have some major news that I think people are really, really going to like. And that should be, it was supposed to be today. And my handlers, my film handlers, as you know, I don't have any ownership or really, I didn't even really have a lot of creative control.
You had none. You had no ownership and no creative control.
No, not even with my,
Zero.
not even with when I'm talking about creative control, I'm talking about even like my stuff. Like I watched it and I asked them to cut a few things out of my stuff and they're like, nope. I mean, thanks for the suggestion.
You didn't produce it. You didn't direct it, dude.
I didn't own it.
Yeah, you don't own it. You had nothing to do with it, except for you were just one of the subjects of it.
I'm it's mostly about my stuff.
Yeah.
But I just want people to know that I didn't have anything to do with. I actually wanted to take a few of my spots out, and they're like, nope. So I have I have handlers with regards to this documentary that I answer to, and they thought that the major announcement that they were going to let me talk about today was going to be today, but it ended up not. So it's got to be tomorrow. It's got to be tomorrow. Hello, who's this? Hello, you're on the air. God, people are just absolutely stupid.
Is this a bad time to ask about the app?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello. Are you that stupid that you can't hear through your earpiece me saying, "Hello, caller, you're on the air"? You've been calling the show 813-902-8222. It's been ringing now for probably 5 minutes. I pick up the phone. I say, "Hello, you're on the air." And you're not smart enough to realize that that's your opportunity to say and speak. Hello?
Oh, boy.
God, people are stupid. I mean, just straight stupid.
Is not good. All right, I'll say it. It's not good. For this reason, they are strongly recommending that women limit Tylenol use during pregnancy unless...
Now, Dan, is this a adult? Like, as an adult, do we have to worry about Tylenol, or is this strictly pregnant women?
Pregnant women and young children. That's what
it.
he's confining this to, yes.
Medically necessary. That's, for instance, in cases of extremely high fever, that you feel you can't tough it out, you can't do it. I guess there's that. It's a small...
But Dan, let me ask you a question. If you have, as a pregnant woman, extremely high fever, isn't there other things you can take instead of Tylenol?
There's 4 things you can do. Tylenol, aspirin, Motrin, or a cold bath. And all of them have, the cold bath doesn't, but the other 3 have risks. People don't like you taking too much Motrin when you're pregnant. They don't want you taking aspirin when you're pregnant. Now they don't want you taking Tylenol when you're pregnant.
Well,
take a bath.
Number of cases, I think. But if you can't tough it out, if you can't do it, that's what you're going to have to do. You'll take a Tylenol, but it'll be very sparingly. It can be something that's very dangerous to the woman's health. In other words, a fever that's very, very dangerous, and ideally a doctor's...
So, Dan, at what point does a fever become dangerous?
105.
So anything,
seizures is what you worry about.
So anything, like, let's say you're at 103.5.
Yeah.
You still good?
You're good. You don't feel good.
No,
but
I mean,
you're not going to have a seizure from a 103.
You're burning up.
You're burning up.
So at
Take a cold bath.
At 104, are you starting to get where?
Yeah, 104, 105 is when you really should be, go to the hospital. Those are high numbers.
And what are they going to do for you at the hospital?
Give you Tylenol.
Decision.
So,
maybe a steroid.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hold on. No, one quick thing, sir.
Oh, all right, cool. I'll go with the.
No. Hold on. I'm talking to you, and I just wanted to let you know, and I wanted to thank you from the bottom of my kind heart to be able to say thank you for paying attention to your phone. It was ringing. Then you heard me say hello. You're on the air. And you were, bam, perfect. You were absolutely there, ready to go. And you know what, sir? I never used to have to thank callers, but they're so stupid nowadays that when you get a brilliant dude like yourself, who could be dumb as a box of rocks, but you at least know how to talk on the phone, and I'm thanking you for that, sir. Thank you.
Appreciate it. My mom stayed away from the Tylenol as a baby.
Yeah, exactly.
But, what I was going to say is that Tony Stewart, man, I know it's off topic, but one thing I was going to touch on was the Tony Stewart thing. He always knows how to reply to people. That is a smart dude. They were bashing him a little bit because of a part on his car the other day, and Antron Brown was going off. But Tony has an ability to just reply to people so smart and thoughtful. Like, I'm the dumb guy that couldn't say that. Anyways, the other thing is
well, hold on. Let me stop you with the Tony deal. I've known Tony now going on 26 years. And Tony hasn't always been that measured and calm. When Tony was in Cup, Tony would be just absolutely going insane if somebody, accused him of cheating or having a illegal part. Like he would literally go down to the guy's hauler and try to whip his ass. Literally. Tony has grown tremendously in his patience and his kindness and the way that he responds to people. And I think a lot of that has to do with his wife. She really keeps him measured and keeps him in control. So yes, he's doing a super good job right now. And I think a lot of that credit goes to his wife. So what's your next topic about the Tylenol?
Yes, sir. It's funny to me because I thought that was already known because I'm 38 and my niece is like 12 or 10 and my aunt was taking, my brother's wife was taking Tylenol while she was pregnant. And I remember telling my family, that's really dumb. She shouldn't do that. And now my niece is autistic. And I knew that years ago, but I guess not everybody did.
Dan, I think we have potentially a common friend that might be in the same predicament. Do we not?
Yes.
And are they blaming Tylenol?
I'm not sure if they're blaming Tylenol or the shot. It's again, I think it's multifactorial. I think there's a predisposition. I think Tylenol can be a setup. The problem is that your body needs folic acid, and the Tylenol prevents your cells from taking up folic acid. But so do a lot of other things.
I feel like this guy's in a war, and those are like missiles going.
Sorry. It's traffic. I'm sorry. I'll self-edit out of here. Y'all.
All right, man. Thanks.
Thank you. So, Bubba, we were going to talk about on this. Let's talk about there's 4 things that he addressed, and the first thing, like we said, and everyone's kind of perseverating on the whole Tylenol thing. So, when aspirin, like I said before, when aspirin was determined to be dangerous during pregnancy, they stopped using it, and there's a suggestion that this may be dangerous during pregnancy. So, if you don't need to use it, don't. If you have to use it in small doses and for short periods of time. And let's actually start really studying this and look at it more closely and not be afraid to look at it. But there's several other things.
But you know what? Hold on. But the one thing that Trump, I have the whole thing here, and I might play it on the backside. I got to get caught up because I'm running a little bit late because of Rogers, and I got a packed bank full of phone calls. But the one thing that I don't know that the president touched on was the to and talking. And the spreading out the vaccines.
He did talk about it. I watched the press conference.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he talked about several things.
Did he talk about spreading out the shots?
He talked about spreading out the shots in the sense that he said, we don't need 5 shots combined into one shot. 5 different vaccines combined into one shot. And so he says it's better that you take them a month apart. So he has that mantra,
that baseline
of don't stack shots because stacking shots is dangerous.
Did he talk about like the hepatitis C and the HPV?
So he did talk about hepatitis B, and again, this was, I think, the most important thing.
And don't forget, we just talked about that. We didn't know this. We didn't know this was on the president's agenda. We just talked about this last week.
Mm-hmm.
We just talked about this to and talking last week.
Right. So he, in addition to saying we need to really worry about mercury and thimerosal and some of the other, aluminum and hard metals that are in shots, but he said what I've been saying for 15 years. Why are we giving a sexually transmitted disease vaccine to children at birth? It's absolutely stupid. There's no reason that we should give children who are born from mothers that don't have hepatitis B a hepatitis B vaccine. It's the dumbest thing in the world for 2 reasons. Number one, the vaccine has absolutely decimated our population. And it was proven when they gave it to premature and even just a couple-day premature monkeys. They all became autistic. So stupid.
You mean you're talking about the COVID-19?
Nope. I'm talking about Hep B at birth. Hepatitis B at birth.
Right.
And so then...
And again, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I mean, I think Hep B is designed for... And you're only at risk. You're only at risk if you get a blood transfusion, if you share needles, or have anal sex.
Correct.
Am I right?
Yep.
That's the only 3 ways to get Hep B.
Unless, wait. There's a 4th theoretical way, and that is in the uterus, when you're in your mommy's tummy. If she has it, she could transfer it to you during the delivery. But probably not during the pregnancy because of the placental barrier, but possibly.
All right, so there's only 4 chances, and no matter how you slice it, that is either your mom's a carrier, you're exchanging needles, you're having anal sex, or you have a major blood transfusion, and that's tainted full of Hep B. That's it. There's no other way to get it in the entire world.
Yep.
And most babies, 99.9999, probably the only thing that babies have to worry about is whether their mom's a carrier or not.
Correct.
Because nobody's having anal sex with a baby.
Hopefully.
And if you are, hopefully you're in prison and they're going to kill you. Nobody's
tattooing him.
Nobody's tattooing a baby or
sharing needles.
Or sharing needles. And your mom could be and nobody is, what's the other way I was talking about? Needles, mom carrier, butt sex, and blood transfusion. And I think if they're giving a baby a blood transfusion, there's a lot of other issues going on. Do they ever give babies blood transfusions?
Absolutely they do, Bubba. But they screen it. They screen blood now for hepatitis.
Everything is so screened, it's pathetic. But like, under what medical emergency would a baby receive a blood transfusion?
If they are a little bit anemic, and it happens sometimes.
And they'll give them a little bit of a blood transfusion.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Lummy, I got packed full of phone lines. We got the Jimmy Kimmel stuff. We also had the President Trump, the actual press conference about the Tylenol and the vaccines and the autism. And again, 20 years ago, you and your brothers actually had a website called Two and Talking.
Right, and he's saying exactly the same thing that we're saying. Don't stack shots, don't combine shots, don't give them when you're sick. We should be taking thimerosal out. And why the F are we giving hepatitis B at birth? It's exactly what I've said for 20 years.
I'll do all that next.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Thanks for grabbing the salt, Dan.
Welcome. Thanks, Derek Merchant. Jimmy, that includes you, Jimmy Bear Hayes. Dude, bro, you're 100% right. A wellness check is really a vaccine date. Snook Slayer, thank you. Thank you, Ghost.
Hey, Lum.
He's not here, buddy.
Dan, what is this? I don't know if we can play it or maybe...
Oh, she's pulling out tape.
Oh, that's just tape.
I think that's a...
It's like a spider wound that they impacted with...
They impacted with that little, like, that yellow...
Like what you did with, like what you did with sumo stuff.
Yeah. I think it's just packed tape. I don't think it's worm.
They're trying to make it be like look.
Think again? Yeah, it looks like... That looks like...
That's not
tape.
that...
Well, that's yellow tape. It's that yellow tape.
Are you sure that's not a vaccine... like that stuff that...
No, fuck no. No. It's tape. The wound was packed with that iodoform tape.
I'm not going to even get into it because we could get a flag for it.
Yeah, it's not worth it. It's gross.
I mean, if it was that shit that they're pulling out because of the vaccine.
Yeah, like one of those big clots.
Right.
Yeah.
I'd cover it.
Or a tapeworm.
I'd cover it.
Or like some big worm coming out. That'd be fucking sick. But that's not it.
So I've never had that before, so it's just weird. So Dan looked at my mouth, he's like, have you been eating something? And I was like, no. He's like, your mouth is orange. And I was like, oh, it's from drinking the Celsius. Oh. So I think he was about to give me a bad diagnosis.
Yeah, especially if your mouth is orange.
Oh, man. Oh, gross. Oh, man. I feel like I'm doing tobacco. Or, dip. the wind beneath my wings.
I'm sending you something to IME.
Okay.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Sorry for the delay. I was sitting and lumping my Candace Owens stuff that I found. I'm not turning in to a Candace Owens fan. I just find it interesting on some of the stuff that she's spewing right now. And I think, I don't know if any of it's true. She's certainly
some of it's true.
I think she's
some of what she says is true. She's not completely full.
I think she's kind of hot.
Oh, she's pretty.
I think she's kind of hot.
She's really pretty.
President Trump making a controversial claim linking acetaminophen use.
You know what Trump needs to do better on his displays that are these called easels?
Yeah, an easel.
Easel. You know who's the best at it, Lummy?
Who?
Kevin Hazlett.
Yes,
Oh my God, when he goes to court and he uses a display or an easel, the guy in the back row, as soon as you walk into the courtroom, if you were to make a quick right and sit down at the chair, like right there, and different courtrooms are larger than others. Like if you get into a federal courtroom, they're huge. But even on the state level court, there's probably at least 4 or 5 rows of seating, kind of church pew like. And then there's the defense and plaintiff table, and then to the very far right or left is the jury, where the jury sits. And then the judge and the court reporter and stuff like that. Well, when Kevin goes and has presentations, man, the entire courtroom can see it. Trump, if you're the president of the United States, wouldn't you have way better visuals? I think he needs to get. I need to call Roger Stone up and say we need to get old boy to start getting bigger visuals. Remember when he was doing the tariffs and he had just those teeny tiny little cards, like almost. He needs bigger and better visuals, because Americans love visuals because we're stupid and we want the visual to tell the story for us. We don't want to have to read.
To childhood autism. The autism announcement not supported by many in the scientific and medical community.
And today at the White House, flanked by his HHS secretary, the president urged pregnant women not to take Tylenol. 19 News' Robin Simmons is in the newsplex.
Did anybody see what Tylenol stock did yesterday?
Did it go downhill?
Oh, I know. I
imagine it did.
I'm asking. It might have tanked. I mean, it's such.
Can they sue?
Yes.
Whoa. Well, they can sue all they want, but will they be successful if there's any suggestion that it does have a problem?
He didn't ask that part of the question.
Right. They could absolutely sue.
He just asked, can they sue?
I just saw people saying that they were going to sue the government and that they were going to win. I just didn't know how that was going to play out.
No, they can sue. Now, I'm sure the government, when the president comes out and makes such a very, very, very powerful statement by saying that don't take Tylenol if you're pregnant because it could lead to autism, I'm sure that they have the strength of the government research behind them. And, in order for Tylenol to be successful, they would have to do their own research that would be completely opposite of the findings of the government. And somewhere in lies the truth. Meaning, if the government has really, really, really good statistics that show, anybody can show anything at any time. It's going to be a tough. Now, Dan, could they?
The alcohol industry didn't sue the government when they said pregnant women shouldn't drink alcohol, otherwise your kids are going to get fetal alcohol syndrome. People jumped on that. They didn't sue when they said cigarettes are probably not a good idea when you're pregnant or anytime. So again, anyone can have their little, they can get butt hurt because their product has been determined to be dangerous in certain contexts. But
here's the deal:
tough luck.
What is their actual market share if you take 100% of people that use Tylenol?
Mm-hmm.
Probably the market share amongst pregnant women is less than 10%.
It's probably less than 5%.
That's what I'm saying. It's such a minute part of their business. And he specifically said pregnant women. He didn't say if you're 34 and you played softball the night before and you want to take a couple Tylenol PMs to take the aches and the pains away. Nothing against that. Tylenol has a place in our over-the-counter world. It has very much a place, and it's very much a good product. He's just saying, as a pregnant mom, don't take it. And like Dan said, just like you don't take alcohol, just like you don't probably, you don't smoke, there's just, and now they're adding Tylenol to that. And again, if you look at the overall, percentage of people that use Tylenol, pregnant women are probably, less than 5% of their total business. It shouldn't hurt their business.
Robin?
And in making this announcement, President Trump offered no new evidence of what he says is a link between autism and the use of a global painkiller during pregnancy.
But I'm not so careful with what I say. But you have certain groups, the Amish as an example.
Got to throw those Amish in there, the Yoders.
They have essentially no autism.
President Trump announcing a new policy Monday related.
Because when you're Amish, you don't even get vaccinated.
Nope.
They go to the school and say it's very much against our belief, our religious belief, and they don't make them vaccinate their kids.
There wasn't a lot of hard proof on that. I mean, I'm guessing it's true, but
hard proof on what?
The Amish?
That the Amish don't have autism.
Show me an autistic Amish kid.
I can't show you anybody who's Amish. I just felt like he kind of pulled that out of nowhere yesterday.
No, they've done the studies on the Amish. They don't have autism. They didn't have vaccine reactions because they didn't get the vaccine.
But he also said people in Mexico can't afford Tylenol, so they have no autism.
To rising autism rates.
So taking Tylenol is not good. All right, I'll say it. It's not good.
The FDA will notify doctors.
See, Dan, I would have, if I was his handlers, I would have said at that point I would have put in with pregnant women because this is kind of a broad.
And young children.
This is
right.
This is a broad. You're painting with a very broad brush here, and if a person was just to see this statement, you're not specifically saying pregnant women and or children. You're just saying taking Tylenol, which means me, Bubba Clem, and Tylenol couldn't even scratch what I got going on.
Did you know, Bubba, you take 24 Tylenol at once, 50% of the people that take 24 Tylenol at once will die from liver failure? That's how not dangerous Tylenol is. It was like, it's just Tylenol, it's just Tylenol. You take 12 grams, which is 24 or 500 milligram pills, and 50% of the people that do that will die of liver failure. It's that serious of a drug. And people are like, it's just Tylenol.
I know, but
it's one of the most lethal drugs that we freely give each other.
I understand, but I wish he would have clarified this for legal standing because Tylenol is going to pick this out and use it against him.
Tylenol is not good. All right, I'll say it. It's not good.
The FDA will notify doctors about guidance regarding a painkiller widely used in pregnancy.
Acetaminophen. Is that okay? Which is basically commonly known as Tylenol. During pregnancy can be associated with a very increased risk of autism.
Dr. Aileen Marty of Florida International University says acetaminophen is the safest drug to use for fever during pregnancy, and using the wrong medication or not treating fever at all can create other issues.
There are plenty of studies that show that if a woman has a high fever for 3 days, that high fever can cause neurologic damage in the fetus, can cause neural tube defects, can even cause autism spectrum disorder complications.
Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who has no medical training, pledged in April.
I love that. I love that. They stick in there. Hold on. Ready? Hold on. Who?
Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who has no medical training, pledged in April the agency would have answers on the causes of autism this month. No known medical studies prove the use of acetaminophen during pregnancy causes the neurodevelopmental disorder.
Because in fact, what we know is that the use of acetaminophen has been declining over the last 2 decades at the same time as we're seeing the rates of autism rise.
Despite decades of studies showing no link between autism and vaccines, the president shared his opinion on the subject.
I think it's very bad. They're pumping, it looks like they're pumping into a horse. You have a little child, little fragile child, and you get a vat of 80 different vaccines, I guess.
The CDC says 1 out of every 31 8-year-olds had autism in 2022, compared to 1 out of every 150 children in 2000. Awareness of the disorder has improved. There's also been widening of the definition of the spectrum and an increase in the age of parents.
I do think that one of the problems with autism is the fact that they have widened what autism is, and like to you know, if a kid's just showing signs of not paying attention or not quite grasping what they're doing, or I think that they've widened the description of autism tremendously, and now a person that might not have been diagnosed as autistic 20 years ago is now autistic. I mean, I don't know that they're using the same parameters they used back then as they are now. I think they've widened that tremendously.
Dan, do you think that that Tylenol should not be over the counter? Do you think they should put it back and make it a prescription?
No, I don't think Tylenol should be a prescription. I think that people just underappreciate how dangerous Tylenol can be. And, you know, I had a friend that had, you know, chronic pain, and he took ibuprofen 3 times a day and ended up getting kidney failure because the ibuprofen trashed his kidneys. So, you know, any chronic medication, you know, people were taking Zantac, Tagamet for years, and now that causes problems. So we, as a culture, are so quick to jump on the bandwagon of a new medication before it's thoroughly tested. So we didn't realize that Zantac was dangerous long term until we used it for 25 years and saw that there were some huge problems. But it's okay, because we had a vaccine that we tested on 7 or 5 rats, and it's safe for the whole world. So I think the arguments here are being disingenuous. The people are being hypocritical. Anytime something may be harming our children, we should stop, pause, and specifically check it. There have been many studies that show there's a causational and associated link between vaccines and autism. However, every time one of those studies comes up, they're like, "Oh, it wasn't this, it wasn't that," and they excuse it out of the conversation. How can you go from 1 in 20,000 to 1 in 20 or 1 in 30 or 1 in 12?
1 in 31.
Whatever the autism rate is, it went from tens of thousands to double digits. And so that's not just increasing the inclusion criteria of the autism spectrum. That is a significant problem with what we're doing to ourselves and our children over the last 25 years. What's different? There's absolutely more Tylenol amongst pregnant women. There's definitely more high fructose corn syrup, and there's quadruple the number of vaccines.
Hello, who's this? You're on the air.
What's going on, Bubba? FTE calling out of Northwest Florida. How you doing?
What's up, buddy? Keep her between the lines, my little gear jammer.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm glad to have you back on the air up in this part of Florida. Man, we have some crap radio.
Panama City Panama City 101.1, yes, and then of course Fort Walton Beach 103.5. And let me don't forget, we are the official spokesperson for Gus Tractors.
Yes.
Gus's Tractors in I think what is it, Esther Mary?
Yes.
Yes. Got to get
Mary Esther.
Mary Esther. Yes. Gus's Tractors.
Yeah.
Mahindra. There's all types of great. They also have Skag there too, Lummy.
Great.
So yes, go to Gus's Tractors. Any of your tractor needs or implements or skid steers or whatever, my boy Gus will take care of you. So what can I do for you, my friend?
Man, I remember back in the serious days when you got your prostate checked live on the air. That was some of the best radio ever. I still laugh at that today.
Yeah.
But I was.
And Howard was on the other line. Howard was on the phone.
Yes.
While Dr. Mark, I had my hands on the counter with my pants pulled down, and Dr. Mark comes in hot and then goes, starts feeling my prostate. And and Dan's a doctor, so he's going to have to tell me how you do. But I think the way that it goes procedurally is that you use your finger, a digit, probably your pointer or your middle finger, and what you actually do is you actually go all the way around the prostate, trying to make sure that it's smooth, not enlarged, and there's no nodules.
Right, no lumps.
No lumps. And
soft, spongy, no lumps.
Takes about 5-6 seconds, but boy, does it take your humiliation level right down to 0. My God.
So we're talking about this whole Tylenol deal. Is there any doctors or scientists that are backing Trump and RFK up? Because I can't take what they say serious at all, especially RFK. I mean, is there any scientific proof here? I'm not saying it's not outside of the realm of possibilities, but has there been any doctors or scientists, you know what I mean?
Well, they're citing a meta-analysis study that I'm sure they're still working on finalizing the presentation of. So, again, if you discover penicillin and you realize, oh my God, we have something that's a breakthrough here. We need to really look at this. Before you're done studying it, you tell people, hey, we got something going on here. So maybe other people can look at it and study it. And so they're afraid. They don't want that information out. They don't want it to show specifically and clearly that Tylenol is causing autism. But when there's a meta-analysis, and the meta-analysis, again, is an analysis of different studies. It's combining studies together to get bigger numbers to show these small events and these rare occurrences. And the meta-analysis, they said, the meta-analysis study shows there's an association between Tylenol or acetaminophen and autism in pregnant women. So maybe we should pause until we know for sure. I don't think that's unreasonable.
No, I don't think so either.
This
guy's like a modern-day Brent Hatley.
Well, he is a doctor, my friend. So please realize that you're not talking to you're not talking to Brent. You're not talking to a guy. You're not talking to a guy that's just a radio co-host. This guy is a doctor. The guy you're talking to is a doctor and a lawyer.
So
awesome.
So
double dipping, huh?
Yeah,
double dipping. So again, there is a study that's showing this, and all these people that are pontificating and saying there's no studies, there are disingenuous and hypocritical.
So anyway, man, keep trucking, my friend. Good hearing from you. Appreciate it. Hello.
Yeah. Hey, man, I got to say, first, I want to really talk about the Tylenol and vaccine, but I have to say that Roger Stone sounded a lot like Baldy yesterday. The only difference was Seth didn't accuse him of being a loser with no family, so that was good that he didn't ruin that interview. But as far as Tylenol goes, it's a little known fact that...
Is that your... Hold on. Is that your attempt to cut on Seth?
No, I'm just pointing out the fact.
You said that Seth ruined an interview yesterday. I don't feel that way.
With me. With Baldy.
Oh, with you. Yeah, there you go. Well, there you go, Baldy. I'm sorry. Oh, we got disconnected. Sorry, my friend. It was selfishly about you.
Was he saying that the conspiracy theory?
I don't know what he was saying.
Yeah, he was talking about the conspiracy theory about Charlie Kirk.
So I'm just not going to allow you to get your little smart-ass dibs on anybody on the show. If you would have blamed Lummy or anybody else, I'm not safeguarding Seth. Seth hasn't asked me to do that. I'm just not going to allow you to attack my co-hosts.
I rarely know what any of the callers are talking about. So that one didn't really take me aback or anything.
That's why it took me a second to register, because it sounded like a bunch of nonsense. And then once it registered with me, I needed to investigate it further. I did. And
it's all nonsense. What about the guy that didn't know he was just talking to Dr. Dan?
Right, true.
He wants to talk about getting a finger up your butt 20 years ago. I mean, what about what we're doing right now?
Right. Hello.
What's up, Bubba?
Yep.
Hey, man, how you doing?
Good, sir. What can I do for you? You're on the air.
Oh, man, this one's for Dr. Dan, man. I know he's into them Diacos, which we appreciate here in the Tampa Bay area. But back to that, what Raj was talking about with them different theories on Kirk. Dan, you think that Dr. Dan, excuse me, do you think that's a exit or entry wound?
I think it's an exit wound.
I hear that. I mean, anybody with a little bit of sense is kind of thinking the same thing.
Roger said,
also,
I think Roger said the same thing. Where's the exit wound?
Right, and then
I think that is the exit
all
wound.
white background, a little bit of spray in the back, and then when they were hauling them off in the back, how come that you nick your finger in the work shed, you got a blood trail to the kitchen counter getting a Band-Aid, you know what I'm saying?
If a bullet had struck from the front and hit the jugular vein, which it looks like it did, because again the jugular vein goes downhill, it's draining from your brain down to your chest. So after he was shot, all the blood went straight down on his shirt. It didn't go out. It didn't go up. It didn't go across. It didn't squirt. It was a vein. It just poured out straight down. If he had hit that vein with a bullet, it was straight on.
From the front.
From the front, from that angle, it would have absolutely penetrated him, gone clean through him, and there'd be a big blood splat with a bunch of meat on that white drape behind him.
And including maybe one of those two people may have gotten shot behind him.
Well, and just his handlers carrying him off, nobody's got any sign of visible red fluid on them or, like trying to wipe anything off.
Here's the thing. I think there's
Can you tell us what happened instead of just asking more? What's your theory?
Yeah,
No, I think it was an exit wound also, and then I'm sure y'all seen the videos on Instagram and whatnot where they.
But do you think? Do you think?
Why'd the doctor say it was still in there?
But do you think that they got they got it all wrapped up? They got the guy that says supposedly did it. It's all wrapped up in a bow, real nice.
No, I don't, Bubba. Only because why couldn't we see the extra 10 seconds of the
what
video
I said,
with him laying down?
I didn't hear you. My bad. You didn't let me finish. Because the government's got it all wrapped up in a bow. They found the person, this and that. Do you think the government's going to look further into it like we are? Because I think that the average person that watched it has a lot of different questions: exit versus entry wound, the blood trail, the fact that the 2 or 3 days after this event, which was a grassy area with a trap door, has now been all cemented over. You didn't see a big blood trail. Do you think that they go any further with the investigation, or is it, wrapped up nice into a little bow form and it's easy to prosecute this way? You got your guy. He's a single shooter. And, it's just a lot easier for them to do it this way. I think that
it's a little different nowadays with all the videos and people have an outlet to talk. So as long as, we knock a couple doors, shake a few bushes, make a little bit of noise, we might get a reinvestigation.
I don't know.
What you just said there, Bub, they cemented over that grassy area where he was talking?
Yes, and Roger Stone brought that up as well, is the fact that there was a trap door in that area. And they have
previously there was
while Charlie was there, and all along there's been a grassy area with like a trap door. I don't know if it led down to a well system or it led down to where it led down to, but that all
has facility shut off or something of that nature.
Right. Supposedly, you might be able to research this. Supposedly that area now has all been concreted over.
Wow. Yeah. See, that's new news. That'll pique some people's interest, But yeah, I think people are curious, All
right, my friend. Well, I appreciate your call.
Yeah, man. Y'all have a good one. Thanks.
You as well. Thank you. Continuing this and closing it out.
The increases. The maker of Tylenol pushing back, calling it the safest pain reliever option for pregnant women as needed throughout their entire pregnancy. And the prominent American College of OBGYNs insists acetaminophen remains a safe option to treat headaches, fevers, and pain.
They're the same ones that said that the COVID shot was safe in pregnant women.
And today, the White House also promoting the use of leucovorin, a form of folic acid, as a potential treatment for autism, which has no cure. Medical experts firing back after the news conference, one calling President Trump's statements flat-out malpractice in managing pregnancy and protecting fetal life. Live in the Newsplex, Robin Simmons, 7 News 19.
There you go.
So can we take Tylenol?
Yeah,
you can.
We can. Okay.
Not as much as you want. Don't take 24 pills; you'll get offed. But
why? I just found out about that today.
Yeah, but I think you keep it, 12 or so, you're good.
Here's the problem that we deal with on a regular basis, but we've dealt with this on a regular basis, Seth, and in my residency, and all people that deal in primary care, is that women who tend to do suicide gestures with pills will think that, oh, I'll just take, a fistful of Tylenol and I'll be okay. And then they end up destroying their liver and requiring a liver transplant.
Are you talking about pregnant women?
I'm talking about just
Suicidal
teenagers,
women.
suicidal teenagers and young women that are doing the pill suicide gesture, thinking that they're doing something that's not going to really kill them, but still get everyone's attention, and they end up completely ruining their livers and requiring liver transplants. That happens a lot more than you'd like to think.
And the area where Charlie Kirk was shot has been replaced with concrete pavers.
There you go.
It's a bullet hole in the cement, Bubba, just like you said, from JFK.
We'll get into the Jimmy Kimmel stuff next.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Fiber gummies okay?
Flintstones.
It tastes like candy.
Flintstone gummies.
Oh, man. There's a false sense of security with all these medicines being over the counter that they're okay.
Well, I just think it's so,
are you sending me all that shit?
He's out of the room.
Oh, okay.
I just think it's interesting how, before it was, do this because COVID will kill you, and now it's don't listen to them about Tylenol because you may get a fever. It's like, I can't even, why would they not just, if it's a possibility, say, you know what, the pause is smart. That's really what they're saying. I don't get it. Big Pharma, Seth.
So
I don't know. Something's going on.
Jay, without talking about it, just wasn't that an unbelievable?
Yes.
I mean.
Yes. You kind of intimated that to me when you and I were speaking about it, that something like that may be happening to the guy behind the scenes there.
Mm-hmm.
And you were so right about that. I don't know that I've ever been mentioned that much in something.
That guy is
you know what I'm saying though? It's like I see lots of those things in my
a couple
day.
minutes. His ETA is 9:05. He said he left at 6, but traffic has been atrocious.
Where do you leave from? We'll just have him sit in the green room.
Yeah, I'm just
make sure there's a chair for him to sit on the green room because I know there's a bunch of merch in there.
Yeah, no problem.
Where do you come from?
Like down in the Fort Myers, Naples area.
Oh shit, that far? Oh wow.
Well, just down that.
Can I approach for 2 seconds,
Yeah, no,
Master?
that's
Or Mr. Judge?
I think we should go out here.
He said he left at 6. So he's like, I left at 6:05. I thought I had plenty of time.
I mean, you
5
would
minutes,
think
who
for
cares?
4 miles.
I don't give a fuck if he's 10 minutes.
No, but I just said, 3 hours. There's got to,
I mean, he just go. I didn't think it was
I
a big
believe
deal.
it.
No, I didn't think it was a big deal. Just like when I mentioned the whole one thing, it's every news thing has it on there. So thought maybe he'd be like, oh, great, just like the Johnny Fratto thing.
Man, I'd be in one pissy mood if I was in fucking traffic with 3 hours at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
I agree, CC.
That's supposed to be the.
I mean, I understand maybe hitting Sarasota for 10-15 minutes and.
Yeah, but not.
If you take the mantra of what Roger Stone was saying, follow the money on the Charlie Kirk assassination. Where's the money? Is Turning Point USA worth a lot of money?
Yes. Are you saying his wife did it? Because people think that.
I know.
She took over. Thank you, Longwood. It was a nice Sunday for once.
How much is it worth?
Turning Point? I don't know, man. I don't know, but it's. I think it's maybe.
He was wearing a lot of gold.
Doubled in value.
Well, it started off at 0, so it's definitely doubled from 0.
No. I mean from when he died.
Oh, since he died, it's doubled in value. I can believe that. I believe that.
They've talked about.
What's the value of Turning Point? $100 million. Come on, you think it's that much? Huh. Maybe now. Maybe it was worth 40 and now it's worth 80 or 90. That may be the case. How do you value something like that? So, merch?
Yeah. 400 million.
400 million. Holy fuck, dude. 400 million.
Yeah, right. Exactly. That is a mistake.
Yeah, exactly.
That sounds about right.
Huh. Follow the money,
You're right,
Seth.
not at all.
Just like Roger Stone said.
As usual, Bubba.
But who stands to benefit the most?
You're like a clairvoyant.
If he's going.
Hey.
So people have said.
Alligator tails.
Gotcha.
Let me see where I'm at. 6. Okay, cool.
389 million since he's died.
Who?
It's gone up.
Currently at rate 300. I mean, advertised. Turning point.
I think older parents is a reason as well.
Oh.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto Studios, aquabeto.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
JD in here.
Good morning.
As well. Jay, isn't it just even though I'm not trying to put myself over, but isn't it not amazing, but just my sense of the legal system, or just I don't even know what I'm trying to say. I think you know what I'm trying to say.
It's incredible. Your insight and your ability to predict things sometimes is
Intuition?
remarkable.
Is that the word?
Intuition. And actually, unfortunately, you've also got 25 years of experience.
Yeah, for just being a guy that barely graduated high school. I barely graduated high school.
You could probably, well, I know you could take a deposition, like amazingly.
Oh yeah, I could.
And I think you could probably, with the pleading in front of you, if I said, here's what the motion to strike looks like, and here's, what the case is, make one of these. I think you could do it
and I also,
very easily.
I also think I could be a mock trial consultant.
Oh, geez, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No,
You know people.
hold on,
I'm
Seth.
telling you.
Now, Seth, I know you're laughing.
No, I'm not. No, I'm sorry. I was reading something.
No, you weren't.
No, I was reading something about a trap door.
No, like Jay and Dan have they just like I think I could be.
Well, like they would hire you?
No.
Well,
yeah.
It's like a jury consultant, help pick the jury,
absolutely.
and then insight into what each juror's thinking. Incredible.
Or like what your arguments would be, and then I would hear it and sound like I don't know if I like
Well,
that.
you could do like what Harvey Moore used to do, where you get 20 people in a room, you camera up the room. I do plaintiff side, Dan does defense side. You let them deliberate, and you listen to what they say, Seth. And so that's what they did with Bubba's case, and before all of them. And that's how you win something, is you get insight from somebody who says something in the jury deliberations. And so Bubba was really, really, really good at that. And, he's really just got an instinct into reading people.
Jay, if he came to you for a job and said, listen, I don't have any law experience, I didn't pass the bar, but I've been on trial 4 times and I've won every time, how about you give me a shot? Is that
I think Jay would find
recipe.
I think Jay would find something for me to do. I might be Pitty's assistant. I'm just saying. Bubba, report to Pitty every day, and you two just stay gone.
Keep his surfboard waxed.
Right. I don't know which part of the Candace Owens this is, but I found a few pieces of her of her opinion interesting as I was getting down various rabbit holes last night.
Pam Bondi, who is a complete loser and a tool, is trying to use the assassination of Charlie Kirk to lay the groundwork for hate speech laws in America.
Now,
the very thing
I talked about this yesterday, and I'm very pro-Trump. I had obviously Roger Stone on the air. I voted for Trump, but the way they're throwing around hate speech and quelling free speech, and Jimmy Kimmel having lost his job now, since been reinstated for his monologue. Jimmy Kimmel should have lost his job, not based on what he said about Donald Trump or what he said about MAGA or what he said about, the Charlie Kirk situation. Jimmy Kimmel should have lost his job because the show's bleeding $60 million a year and his ratings suck. He should be able to say anything he wants. And if you're going to start now getting your attorney general looking at hate speech versus free speech, now there is a difference. There is a difference, but not a big difference. It's a very, very, very slippery slope when you're going to start regulating hate speech. Hate speech is protected under the First Amendment. Now, I'm not talking about hate speech like, hey, I want somebody to go out and kill the president and I'm speaking in parody.
And that's not hate speech, though. That's inciting.
It's violence.
Right.
That's inciting violence.
That's inciting action.
I understand.
Right.
But it's a really slippery slope when we start getting the government involved in anything to do with speech.
Well, I'm a First Amendment advocate like you, and I agree with you 100%. I voted for Trump.
Not only are you an advocate,
his policies.
hold on. You're a First Amendment attorney.
Right.
You have one of your sexiest, not most profitable, but one of your most sexiest, high-profile lawsuits of your career. Your 30-plus career was a First Amendment case.
Yep. My 30th anniversary was this week.
Yes. And so, you, unlike 98% of the attorneys in Tampa, Florida, you have tried such a case. You have tried such case law. Yep. You are an expert at, the People versus Larry Flint. You are, Supreme Court.
New York Times versus Sullivan.
You know them all. And so this is a really slippery slope, and it's a scary one.
Because what's slippery and what's scary for those listening is that the government, who decides what hate speech is?
Yeah.
That's the problem. Is when, it doesn't matter who the administration is. You support Trump, that's great. I don't want the government choosing and deciding what hate speech is.
What if I said, you know what, hey, it's Bubba the Love Sponge, and I genuinely don't like Asian people. I just don't like them.
You can say that all you want.
That's not my position. I have no problem with Asian people.
Well,
hi, it's Bubba the Love Sponge, and, I don't like, Jewish people. Well, that's going to be probably a bigger problem because the Jews are far more organized and a much more powerful group than anything I could, think about. But that's not hate speech. That's that's stupid speech.
Right.
First of all, that's stupid, and it's going to end up blowing back in my face. But the government shouldn't be involved in that. The Jewish community and the Asian community will regulate my speech accordingly, get my advertisers to put pressure.
The court of public opinion.
Put pressure on my employer.
Determines what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. And, you remember in the closing argument we said...
Community standards.
If you don't like what you're seeing on Bill O'Reilly and you don't like what you're seeing on... Rachel Maddow, turn it off. Read a book. That's the whole idea of the First Amendment is, don't you want to hear what people are saying so you know who is crazy and who is not crazy? But when they say something crazy, the marketplace of ideas, and what you're saying is if ABC had chosen to do it because it was their own business decision, because he's losing money, that's amazing. That's what they should be doing. If it's because they were in fear of the SEC...
and the other thing,
what
Jay,
happened with you? Were you actually? There's a big distinction. What happened to you?
Yeah,
you were fine.
They came to me. Then they went into Clear Channel and said, if you don't get rid of Bubba, we're going to start because your applications for your broadcast license, they come up for renewal every 10 years. It's 5 to 10 years, and 98 Rock. And a bunch at that time, Clear Channel owned 650 stations. And so they always have a ton of stations that are up for renewal. If you don't fire Bubba, we're going to start revocation of your broadcast license. Now, there was some of that talk going on with ABC early on the Jimmy Kimmel deal. Now, what you don't realize, and Seth brought this to my attention, is that the reason why I think, and maybe he thinks that one of the reasons ABC caved a little bit is that ABC currently is going through a purchase or a sell of with a company called Renda of like, I don't know, $2 billion, and it's upon FCC approval. So you
don't want to piss off the FCC.
You don't want to piss off the FCC, and they say no. Because they can very well say, nope, we're not going to approve that. It makes you too big of a company. You got this many conflicts in this many markets where you have too much and too little. They can very easily, they turn down purchases all the time. And so ABC Renda has this, potential sale that's up for FCC approval, and ABC may have caved, temporarily under the government watch,
to lay the groundwork for hate speech laws in America. The very thing that Charlie was fighting against. They all just got right to work trying to pass laws. Well, Charlie Kirk is such, now we got hate speech is something. Exactly what he's messaging me about that he doesn't want to happen. They're trying to use his death to justify. Listen to what Pam Bondi said to Katie Miller on her podcast. Take a listen.
There's free speech, and then there's hate speech.
And there is. And Pam,
don't you have firsthand knowledge of her? Didn't she try to quell your free speech?
I would hope, Pam, and you're right, Pam, Miss Bondi, you're right. There is free speech, and there's hate speech. I hope you can differentiate, because early on, it feels like you can't.
Well, England tried this stuff and still are doing it right now. If you say something in England, if Jay and I are talking and a third party is offended, they can get us in trouble for talking.
They send the cops
for hate speech.
For hate speech.
And so I'm going to say something that may be shocking, but I think hate speech is protected speech.
It is.
I don't think that there's a distinction between hate speech and parody or hyperbole. It's just someone expressing their opinion. And if they have an opinion where they hate something or hate somebody, if they're inciting something, that's not protected.
And
that's like yelling fire in a crowded theater.
Marketplace will warrant whether hate speech is accepted or not.
Correct.
The marketplace will.
Yes.
The group you're targeting will.
Right.
That's who regulates hate speech.
There's free speech, and then there's hate speech.
No.
And there is no place, especially now, especially after what happened to Charlie, in our society.
Do you see more law enforcement going after these groups who are using hate speech and putting cuffs on people, so we show them that some action is better than no action?
Oh, my God. Please don't say yes.
Please don't say yes.
Please don't say yes. Please.
We will absolutely target you, go after you if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything. And that's across the aisle.
That is a very slippery slope.
Going after people for what they say.
Targeting.
Wow.
That's the feds telling you that they want to pass speech laws, which will basically just give them the full power to go after you for wrong things.
They'll be struck down.
Okay? And they're doing it in the most disturbing way.
And you know what?
They will be.
Listen, the federal judges are God. They're the ones that sometimes have to be the rudder on this ship. And there's not a federal judge that's going to allow this to go through.
By going after Charlie Kirk's legacy and using his assassination to say, oh, well, now we've got to get hate speech done, which, by the way, who was the person and the leader who said that he was passing laws against speech in America? That was Bibi Netanyahu.
I should probably read the interpretation of this because
you didn't get that. Seth,
can
you translate?
Seth, can you understand that?
No.
Okay.
No. Maybe near bar mitzvah time.
No, I think Seth probably could pick up.
I can read. I mean, I can read Hebrew. I just can't. I just don't know.
He says it so fast.
Whoever boycotts us will themselves get boycotted. By the way, this is the president of Israel. So far, I don't have a problem with that.
Mm-hmm.
In the last few years, we have promoted in the USA. And there are no laws in most states there.
Now laws.
Yeah. And there are now laws in most states that anyone who boycotts Israel will themselves be punished. So it won't help them. We don't care. We are fighting it.
And something chaotic.
Listen, BB, I'm the most pro Jew. I am 100% pro Israel, but that ain't gonna happen over here, buddy. That ain't happening here.
Well, that's
and
why.
And you know what happens when people go anti-Israel, pro-Hamas, pro-Gaza? The community determines and punishes those, and they get thrown out of Columbia University, and Harvard gets their endowment taken, and things like that. But as far as police coming in and arresting them, everybody has the right to peacefully protest. You have the right to peacefully protest. And if you stay in your little peacefully protest zone, you should be, by our Constitution, okay.
Like happens, we usually turn to the government. 9/11, what did we do? We gave them so much power, right? The Patriot Act. Do whatever, just keep me safe. It's like they
and most people don't realize how bad the Patriot Act really is. It's scary.
It was the beginning of the end of our personal freedoms,
yes.
Especially in the age of electronic data.
They passed it in the middle of the night, and it is, if you really dig into it, thank God they don't really enforce it like the way it's written, but it's scary.
See your emotion. They see this global emotion and they want you to just agree with them that the next step is more power for the government. And this time we're saying no. No, Pam Bondi. No, thank you.
And you know what?
Mike Marler could be chapped.
And you know what? Like Pam Bondi or Trump, Pam Bondi's just getting her marching orders from Trump. You guys know that. And Trump, this would be a time for Trump to be very presidential and step up and say, we're not going after hate speech. Hate speech is protected under our most sacred amendment, the fundamental thing that our country was built upon, and that is criticizing the king and criticizing your government and criticizing your leaders. That's what we fought our Revolutionary War over. Was the fact that we were able to say, we wanted to be able to say, hey, the king sucks. Mm-hmm. You couldn't say that in Britain.
No.
Hey, the king sucks. They'd come and kill you.
Do you find anything that Candace Owens just said there offensive?
No.
Okay. Those are the clips that make her extreme right now. Because it's when someone has the gall to criticize Netanyahu and still she supports Israel and she has criticisms of Netanyahu. She has criticisms of his quelling of free speech and his, what he's doing is meddling in American politics.
I have a problem with Netanyahu on that particular situation. Doesn't mean I can't support Israel.
So
doesn't mean I can't be pro-Israel and anti-Hamas. But I don't have to. We're never going to 100% agree with any politician or any president of any country. But we can cherry pick what we like and don't like, and overall like them. I don't like Bibi Netanyahu's stance on every state has a mechanism to, if you say anything anti-Israel, to arrest you or to.
Well, it's got people are just saying, maybe he's going a little too hard in the paint, and maybe he's used his power in a way that we don't like. That's the right of people to say, and now they're trying to cancel certain people for having those opinions, and so it's really strange when they try to make someone like a Tucker Carlson or a Candace Owens extreme. I was watching some of her old clips last night with Charlie Kirk. She's a very, very intelligent woman,
and she's hot,
and she's a beautiful mom. And she raises good questions that people who are curious and want to protect the First Amendment should actually listen to. It's remarkable that they've really castigated her as being an extreme right-winger.
They've kind of niched her into being this extreme radical right when I think she makes a lot of sense.
Well, they'd love to slap, really offensive labels on people that they disagree with.
Thank you for joining us. I'm Pat Harvey.
And I'm Ruby Shabazi, and we begin with...
What's up, Ruby Shabazi?
That's a hell of a name,
the return of late-night host Jimmy Kimmel, nearly a week after he was pulled off the air.
ABC made the announcement this afternoon after days of protests, including...
Seth, that deal might have gone through yesterday with Renda, and then they said we could put him back on.
It said that they were losing... It said they lost like $4 billion over the last few days.
With regards to advertising,
I don't know if that's from stock. I don't know if that's stocks or whatever, but
this one today.
I think that volume of loss has to be stock,
No
right?
doubt.
I mean, I think that has to be stock. Has to be.
Outside Kimmel's studio in Hollywood, and KCAL News reporter Jeff Nguyen
It was
has
stock,
more on why
$3.87 billion.
In stock,
the
Seth.
stock prices declined 1.9%.
ABC lifted the suspension, and he has reaction to that decision.
I just got an email that said my tickets were canceled and we're sorry for any inconvenience.
George Nichols is visiting Hollywood from Washington State. He had tickets for Jimmy Kimmel's show Monday, but production has been suspended since last Wednesday following comments the late-night host made about the suspected killer of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Nichols is a longtime fan who's been to the show before.
They treat you pretty well when you go on the show.
On Monday, Disney, the parent company of ABC Television, said, "We felt some of the comments were ill-timed and thus insensitive. We have spent the last days having thoughtful conversations with Jimmy, and after those conversations, we reached the decision to return the show on Tuesday." Some fans celebrated outside the El Capitan Theater, but
now, Seth, look at that.
How many people?
Look at that large group of people, my friend.
Oh, they spoke. Their voices were heard, Bubba, because he's back.
Wake up and fight back.
By the way, if he doesn't start his show with those 7 people on screen for his monologue tonight,
or at least have them like in their own little VIP section with No,
I just have them just standing there, just doing what they're doing now, just in the back of Jimmy.
Right.
Harrison would prefer for the comedian to stay off the air.
He made an unnecessary comment about Charlie Kirk.
Sir, Justin, you don't know the law. Anybody can make an unjust comment about Charlie Kirk. He should not have been fired for that. He should not have been suspended for that.
Not called for.
Brendan Carr, the head of the Federal Communications Commission.
This guy scares me. I'm just going to tell you right now, this guy scares me.
Yep.
Looks like the lead singer of Beds Are Burning, Midnight Oil.
Issued a warning prior to Kimmel's suspension that criticized Kimmel's remarks about the Kirk assassination. Soon after,
the FCC should have nothing to do with Jimmy Kimmel's suspension. It's an ABC intercompany decision, and obviously, when the dollars and cents of it, came out. I mean, when their stock price was down nearly 2%. Yeah. Which was, I think Seth said, nearly $4 billion or something like that.
$3.87 billion.
Yeah, $3.87 billion. And they made a decision to bring him back.
Bubba, if you're hard in charge of the FCC,
they should put me in charge of the FCC.
So I want to just ask a question and then ask you a scenario. So the FCC only controls the 3 main channels.
No, 4.
Fox. ABC, CBS, NBC, and Fox.
Well, also PBS.
And PBS. So 5 main channels.
They also have
all of radio.
All of radio. They also have cable. They oversee cable as well.
Okay, they do cable,
but different standards.
Different standards, but yes, they do cable.
And is there any language in their charter or their control that requires accuracy or honesty?
No.
Okay.
There's not.
So they can subsidize these things, and they can be complete lies from 7 a.m. till 11 p.m. and then there's nothing wrong with that.
No, I mean at that
there's
point,
libel and defamation.
Yeah,
law.
I mean you have lawyers like yourself that you can. That's again. The FCC relies on the marketplace to keep people in check.
Mm-hmm.
Just like when I got sued by Todd Schnitt for defamation, slander, libel, and calling his wife a whore, it was not an FCC issue. It was a civil issue. He lawyered up, sued me, and I was represented by your brother. It was not an FCC violation. FCC had nothing to do with it. Some people could call it hate speech, me calling his wife a whore, or me calling him a sawed-off little, midget with pubic hair on top of his head. And the FCC, I don't know if that was one of Jay's arguments or not, but I think he said, the FCC has no problem with what Mr. Clem said.
We didn't mention the FCC. I just talked about the First Amendment, and
right?
Your right to choose and turn things off, and so, that it is the marketplace of ideas. And so what I think you're putting your finger on with this Jimmy Kimmel thing is what was happening during COVID, and that if we're being intellectually honest, We don't like the government flexing its muscles and shutting down speech on Meta and Facebook and FaceTime and all these things, or YouTube during COVID. But we're okay with it now?
Meanwhile,
we shouldn't be. We shouldn't be okay with it either scenario.
The only person that had standing and two people could have approached Jimmy Kimmel for what he said. One, ABC, because it's their stage, it's their platform, it's their company. Jimmy Kimmel doesn't have the right to broadcast. They, hire him to do a late night show, and if it doesn't do well, and by the way, his contract I think's in at the end of this year, they have the right to fire him. Or Charlie Kirk's estate. Charlie Kirk's estate could have felt it would have been very hard to prove because he's a public figure, but could have felt is what Jimmy Kimmel said would have been liable, defamation, slander.
What did he say about Charlie Kirk?
He didn't say anything negative about Charlie Kirk. He said something about
MAGA.
About MAGA. It was anti-MAGA.
So the head of MAGA could have maybe sued him, but that would no lawyer in their right mind would take.
There really wasn't even a civil action. The thing is, what Seth said and what you're saying is what's true is that if the FCC's pressure behind the scenes because of this licensure issue or this merger issue or express we don't like him on the air and we want him off, that is horrible. That's absolutely terrible.
That's what they have intimated. This bald-headed midnight oil burning mother effer. He has intimated, and I think Lummy, he has actually referred to Jimmy and what Jimmy said as being a problem.
If this was like Bill Maher after 9/11, where he said those guys were courageous, and he got fired. He didn't get fired because the FCC told them to fire him. He got fired because the marketplace of ideas didn't like what he said.
Exactly.
This is
same
different.
thing. This is.
Groups, Nexstar and Sinclair Broadcasting said they would not air Kimmel's show.
One of the things that we're trying to do as a general matter at the FCC is to empower
listen to this
local TV stations to serve the needs of the local communities.
Fans like Patty Hernandez call the 4-day suspension an erosion of free speech that has to be defended.
Does that also include speech with which you do not agree?
Exactly, it does.
Michael Schneider is the executive editor of television at Variety. He says Disney has to balance its relationships with various agencies within the Trump administration and the creative community.
Already we've heard from quite a few stars who have said, well, I'm not going to do business with Disney if Jimmy Kimmel is permanently taken off the air.
In the meantime, Juan Ariana and his wife stopped by Kimmel's theater during their visit from Florida.
I'm here trying to find out how to get tickets for tomorrow.
I'm just excited to see what he has to say tomorrow night.
In Hollywood, Jeff Nguyen, KCAL News.
ABC's decision to suspend Kimmel came after TV company Sinclair said they would be pulling Kimmel's show off the air. And tonight, Sinclair posted that it would be preempting Jimmy Kimmel Live across their ABC affiliate stations and replacing it with news programming as the company evaluates the show's potential return.
Now, see, that's what's going to do Jimmy in. When you have your major affiliates in Sinclair, Nexstar, that are refusing to take the feed from Jimmy Kimmel, that is, the marketplace. That's not the FCC. That's how it's supposed to happen. Howard had a comment on it.
No, ABC threw Jimmy off the air. I don't know what their plan is, but it looks like they might be firing her. And then I read sometimes that they're not going to fire him. I don't know. I have spoken to Jimmy. I didn't ask him these questions. I just asked him how he was doing personally. I just know when the government begins to interfere, when the government says...
And listen, there's two people, him and me, that have been through this drill. And Howard and I are the only two people that have been absolutely made poster child for the FCC. The FCC stepped in and fired us.
And where was NBC and CBS and everyone coming to your rescue?
No.
Because of your free speech. Where was everyone on the left saying, you know what, you guys should be able to say what you could say?
Nope.
Just heads up, there's an F word.
So we're going to orchestrate a way to silence you. It's the wrong direction for our country. And I should know. I've been involved in something like this. Yep. And now ABC is put in the same position. And it's unfortunate that ABC even has to be in this position. They shouldn't have to be in this position. I feel...
And he's right.
For them, too, in this. But that someone's got to step up and saying, hey, enough. We're not going to bow. Now, it might sound stupid, but the thing I did this morning, I'm canceling my Disney Plus. I'm trying to say with the pocketbook that I do not support what they're doing with Jimmy. As you know,
and that's how you get things done.
Gene Lasker's here.
Oh, he's on the couch.
Gene's really here?
Gene Lasker's
he's on the
here.
couch.
Yes.
No.
He's talking into the mic.
No,
He's talking to a dead mic.
And why is he here on a Tuesday?
I don't know.
Well, I don't.
He's got a lot of papers in his hands.
All right,
He said he got served.
All right, let me just.
So Friday.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
They're fucking running off.
Jay's staying, Dan's leaving.
Oh, hold on, Dan. Hold on, Gene. Is this the golf cart guy?
Yeah, it says it on the back. It says BTS HQ. Can't talk on there.
Oh my God. Oh my God. This fucking. Where'd they get you?
At work.
At work? Today or yesterday?
Yeah, today.
Oh man.
It started yesterday, but I wasn't there. I told you the cop lady called me, talked to me about it. I said, listen, what? What are you talking about?
Is it a restraining order?
It's a stalking order, like.
Oh.
Yeah, restraining order. Don't stalk him. Don't talk about him. Stay off the radio.
Does it say that on here?
Yeah.
Show me where it shows the radio.
Oh boy.
Keep going.
Let me go get our attorney.
Keep going. Keep going. Yeah.
Where? Respondent's last known place of employment? That doesn't say. Okay, hold on.
For protection against stalking. Fucking man must put him through hell.
Oh no.
I didn't see that.
Give this to Jay.
I did. He looked at it.
I don't have my glasses on. I just squinted and read it. I got the
But you got to
general
give it
gist
to
of
him
what
to
it was.
take.
Oh, yeah,
to
to
take
take
it to
what
the
it-
office. So.
I don't do criminal stuff though.
No, I know it's not criminal. I just want you to look at it and see that.
Johnny Frodo's at the gate.
To let you know,
glasses are in that box.
this guy ripped Gene off. So we talked about it on the air
Okay.
and posted it on our Facebook that he ripped Gene off, and now they can't make this goes right along the lines of what we were just talking about. How can they can't make us stop talking about it, can they?
They've been able to do that with stuff. I mean,
Okay.
I don't know what they're.
Bubba, do you want me to have him just sit in the green room for now?
I don't know how that qualifies.
I was gonna let him have my chair.
And
If you
this
guys
was,
are gonna
you know,
all talk about this
issued
stuff.
without
I can.
notice to respondent.
No, get Gene over to the couch and
I don't think the couch works at all.
ask him if we got a couch mic.
Where does it say you can't say anything?
Okay.
Gene, do you want to go to the couch?
Yeah.
I was looking at where it is say what they define this.
Poor Lummy.
On the back.
Stalking. Which one?
Or me.
Almost at the back. I don't know how they defined it, but he wrote there, and then there's another write-up in the back of that. And then
I
there's
plan
one
calling the guy live on the air.
This is the best way to do it for Gene without having to pay for a consultation.
You didn't make any threats on the air, did you?
No.
Well, man, everybody with the fucking
Voicemail, 2 messages.
Dude, that ain't me. I mean, it's
Right on 4.
fans.
All right. June, will you switch over to couch?
Yeah. Yeah, the fans called. They're gonna left messages.
What's up, Scott? Is Macho okay? I hope he's not freaking out.
Well, the fans are idiots if they use those words, I want to kill you, or have to kill you fucking morons. By the way, BA, don't use those stupid-ass words. They're not protected.
No way fans
Fucking
use that.
morons.
Did they?
Whoever did that, and I'm not calling the people who would normally hear that, but that's what this guy's alleging. Messages that said...
That's far-fetched.
But we can't control the Bubba Army.
Well, no, I know that, but you can let people know. Don't be fucking idiots.
We'll do that. We're gonna do that right now. So
I mean, really, that's.
But we're gonna do that right now to go on record.
Yeah,
that's extreme though, even for the Bubba Army.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, does he have the tape for the say it? It's awfully. This is awfully one-sided, but you know.
Okay, you'll see it go off. No problem. This is the live feed right here. Awesome. So you can see yourself.
Man, process servers got to be big business. I might see if they're hiring.
Need the water or anything?
And this is.
I'll take the water. Yeah, thanks, man.
Non-stop work, baby.
Need the water?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I'm a little bit. Is Lasker's couch? Does Lasker have a couch mic?
I got a mic in front of me.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. It's working. Wow. And by the way, Johnny Fratto Jr. is in the studio. He'll be here to the top of the hour. Hello, Johnny.
Hey, how you doing, Bubba?
We weren't good. We weren't expecting this little bit of a curveball that we've been given prior to you being in the studio. A good friend of mine and co-host of the show, Gene Lasker, who's the crazy redneck on the couch up there.
The powder coating king of Tampa Bay.
He's the king of powder coating of Tampa Bay. We had a problem with a golf cart guy. He felt as if Gene felt as if this golf cart guy kind of ripped him off on a repair job. So we got on the air when Gene, was it last Friday, Gene, or last Wednesday?
Last Friday.
Last Friday. And we just told the story about this guy, what is it, golfcarsoftampa.com or something like that, Lemmy?
Yeah, Golf Cars of Tampa Bay.
Yeah, and so we told the story. I think we tried to call him too, did we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't think we got on the air.
No, we did not.
And you know what? We probably need to find that message for Jay.
Okay.
Just so Jay has it.
Yeah, but
Jay's just trying to go about his day.
He just handed me some papers. Am I representing him now?
No,
I didn't know that was happening.
No. You're not representing him now. Listen.
This case might put you over.
Do you think? The great golf cart caper is going to put my career over. My 30-year anniversary is 2 days ago.
I think his firm is going to be quite okay without this. But
Bubba, Dana Rose said that he does injunctions all the time, and he will handle it for
All right, I'll help you with it, Daniel Rose. It looks like it was a unopposed motion that you guys can oppose with facts and be fine with it, I think.
All right, so between Jay and Daniel, we'll get it handled. But this guy actually was quite rude. Now, listen, I can't help when me and Jay and even Gene will say to the Bubba Army, when you call this guy, or if you feel necessary to make contact with this guy who has screwed Gene over, you can let him know your displeasure of screwing Gene over and how you feel that it might have been fraudulent and not cool. But do not make any type of physical or threats to his building or anything like that. You can be mad, but still be a gentleman and not say illegal or wrongful things or threatening things. Like, I'm going to kick your ass. I'm going to burn your place down. None of that is acceptable. You can talk to him like a man. You can disagree with his decision and how he treated Gene, but that's the furthest that you can go. Jay, would you like to backfill that just for our position?
Yes, because we just spoke for 10 minutes about what's protected speech. Threats are not protected speech.
Right.
If you're displeased with a business, if you're displeased with an establishment or a person, it's never okay to leave a threat or make a threat. It's unacceptable. Period.
Now I wonder, Jay, if we should call this guy up or
you can turn up the heat a little bit.
Well, just no. Offer an olive branch by saying you just served Gene Lasker this paperwork accusing him of stalking, and you haven't served me. So I'd like to speak on behalf of Gene Lasker and say, we don't in any way, shape, or form, condone any of our listeners making any threats towards you or your business at all, and realize that we cannot control our listeners, but we will continue to tell them not to say, or threatening or that type of stuff.
We just did that publicly.
There you go. I did it publicly, so I don't have to call.
Right, because it says on the front page that I can't have somebody talk for me.
What?
I read that part.
Gene, I don't think a lawsuit can ever state that you can't have somebody talk for you, because that's the whole premise of hiring an attorney.
Right, but I can't stalk him. Like, I can't say, call him up.
Well, no.
Double X game is $20.
Yeah, Gene, why don't you just be quiet during this whole ordeal?
Can we make a copy of this for Daniel Rose, please?
Yes. Make a copy for Daniel Rose.
No, I mean, honestly, I think he'll be fine.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it's actually anything that Gene did himself or said himself from what
It looks like to me an overzealous. And here's the deal, Jay. He was telling our listeners, and Gene, you can validate. He was telling them that I'm not afraid of Bubba and I'm not afraid of Gene. They can bring their stupid old fat asses down here and I'll whip their ass.
Yeah.
I mean, we were getting messages back like that, like he was, trying to
save all that for Daniel.
Okay. All right.
No. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that he'll want.
Right.
That's the evidence.
Let me help put this together.
Yes, we'll do.
If you could.
No problem.
So, Gene, we got it handled. You can sit in here if you like. Or if you got to get to work, you can go to work. It doesn't matter. So
there's a court date on there, right? Is there a date on there that because what the cop told me I had to, relinquish my guns.
I mean, there's a whole big list of things on there, Bob. I mean, he definitely needs. So I'm not just like trying to babyface here. I don't do criminal law. I don't do temporary restraining orders. I don't do any of this. You know what I mean? So Daniel Rose is a perfect guy for it. He does it all the time. But what I know about the law and looking at it, I don't think the allegations of someone else making threats on I don't know how that qualifies as stalking, but there's a way to defend it. You got to respond to it. You got to have somebody appear at the hearing. You can't just blow it off. But it's a good idea to clarify what you did today on the air. But I mean, he needs to have someone there.
Make sure we keep today's tape.
No problem.
For Daniel to be able to present. But Gene. Well, Gene, we got it. We got you handled. Daniel Rose will be able to help you out. So, is that your only copy of that, Gene?
Yeah. That's the original.
All right. So
I'll get copies of it.
Is Sarah afraid that you're going to go behind bars?
I don't think so.
Okay, good.
All right. So actually have Macho Man make some copies.
I will.
And then Gene can go about his way and start powder coat. So, Gene, we got you, okay?
Thank you.
All right, buddy. Take this, have Macho Man make copies. Lummy will get a hold of Daniel Rose, and hopefully we won't, you won't be in jail.
Boy, that process server, Bubba, what do you think that they were thinking before they walked into the powder coating shop? And I would have said a quick little prayer.
I don't even know. So anyway, Johnny Fratto is in the studio today. Johnny, I've never met Johnny, but I am familiar with Johnny's father, having been in the Howard world for as many years as I was. Your father, world famous for, I think within the Howard world, Johnny, being Eric the actor's agent.
Yeah, I mean, look, everybody, I think Eric thought my dad was his agent, and I think we played that up a lot. I don't know if my dad was actually his agent. I guess, it's kind of funny because he actually did start to get parts. So I guess you can kind of say he was.
Did he get parts?
He did. Remember In Plain Sight and a bunch of shows. I don't even remember. There was like 5 or 6 of them, something like that. Yeah, he did.
That's how he became Eric the actor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, actually.
Wasn't he calling himself Eric the actor before he did his first acting?
That's exactly right. He started calling it, and then it actually became reality. So he spoke it into existence.
I think I'm going to start calling myself Bubba the skinny guy, and hopefully it'll just morph into me being a little bit thinner. So when did you, Johnny, move? How long have you been in Florida?
I've been in Florida about 2.5 years now. My wife is actually from here. She grew up in Fort Lauderdale and Fort Myers. And, I got 2 little boys now, and I was in L.A. for 24 years, and I didn't want to do it anymore, man. I mean, it turned into a really just awful, shitty place. I mean, it's the worst, I mean, in all honesty.
Now, your father died in
He died November 5th, 2015.
Oh, I thought it was 2009.
No, it'll be almost 10 years.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Now, he's constantly stayed in Los Angeles, did he not?
Well, he was from Des Moines in Chicago.
Well, I know about your Chicago,
right?
But that's the infamous Louis Fratto.
Yeah, my grandfather.
Your grandfather, who I want to get into. I guess he was big time.
Yeah, he definitely was. I mean, he was one of the original outfit bosses. But yeah, I mean, my dad went to L.A. I went there in '99. He followed me in 2000.
Now, did your dad? One of the reasons he left Chicago or Des Moines and go to L.A. is to get away from, the reputation that your grandfather had established as being one of the... Because I got to think that that's kind of a cool reputation, probably opened some doors being the son of Louis Fratto.
I don't think it was to escape anything. It was a weird thing that happened, actually. I got a call from a cousin. My dad had 180 first cousins, literally 180, because his mom and his dad both had 10 brothers and sisters, and each one of them had like 10 kids. Anyway, I get a call one day from a woman named Renee. She's like, I'm your cousin. I work for Merv Griffin, and he wants to make a movie about your grandfather. I'm like, what? So I call my dad. He's in Chicago. I'm like, hey, do you know this lady? He's like, yeah, she's our cousin. Merv Griffin had us out there. We ended up living in the Beverly Hilton for like 2 years, and Merv introduced us to everybody. So I was with like Rodney Dangerfield every day, Dudley Moore, Bo Derek. I got to eat lunch with Nancy Reagan a couple of times because they were very close, and my grandfather was very close with Ronald Reagan. So, because Ronald lived in Des Moines in the 1940s, I think it was.
Did he really?
Yeah, he did. He was a radio DJ on AM radio back then. Yeah. So him and my grandfather became very close. So it was. Now,
when did your grandfather die?
November of '67.
Of '67.
Yeah.
Okay. So you moved to Florida because your wife, who I'm assuming you met in L.A.
Yeah.
Probably is like, man, this place is just getting so radically left. And so were you seeing the pendulum swinging from just a Democratic state to now a radically deep left state? I mean, listen, being a Democrat and being in a Democratic state that's fine. That's your prerogative. That's your jam. But things are drastically different in a blue state compared to a red state. And I mean, I think California's almost outblued itself.
Yeah, I mean, they're absolutely crazy there. I mean, I'll tell you a story. I took my little boy to a toy store right in the middle of Beverly Hills where you think you'd be safe. And there was a guy shooting heroin on the front steps of it and a cop watching. And I say to the cop, are you going to do anything? He's like, well, there's not much I can do. And he's right. Because, look, after George Floyd, no cop wants to get in trouble. They all think they're going to go down if they even try to do something, and especially in California.
And they all got hey, I've been here 24 years. I got 2 more years for retirement. So I don't want to mess up my retirement deal. So it's just easier to do nothing than to get involved in trying to keep things safe and acceptable to bring your children downtown than it is to, hem the guy up, arrest him, take him into jail. Next thing you know, he has some advocacy group that is now up your ass, and you get fired for whatever reason, and now you don't get your pension anymore, and you're done.
That's exactly right. I mean, look, California, when I first moved there in 1999, it was, I was a kid. I was 19 years old. It was one of the most fun places I'd ever been in my life.
Oh, now see, when you were 19,
yeah,
it had to be super cool to live in L.A.
It was the best thing ever. I mean, every day was a party. There was a million beautiful girls everywhere. I mean, there was, it was.
That would have been circa what year?
That was 1999. I was there from 1999 to 2023. And I'd say from 99 to like 2015 were good. It was, what happened was the minute Trump started to run, that really started, you started to see who was, like you said, a Democrat or a radical. And these people came out of the woodwork and they got crazier and crazier and crazier. And let me tell you something, I was in the TV business forever. And there's so many people, I couldn't be in the TV business anymore. They didn't want to work with me. Every day they'd call me a Nazi and a fascist and a bigot just because I supported President Trump. And I was very vocal about it.
Even the news is reported leftly. Meaning, like, they don't even report the news, down the middle. It's all leaning one way out there, and it's almost indoctrined to you, isn't it?
Well, you know why that happened. Obama, I don't even like to call him President Obama, but I guess I'll call him President Obama. President Obama in 2012 repealed a part of a thing called the Smith-Mundt Act, which made it illegal to use propaganda on American citizens. So look, they've been using propaganda on us at least probably forever, but at least since then, outwardly. So yeah. I mean, look, the mainstream media is just another arm of the Democratic Party, and I won't even say the Democrat. I'll say the Uniparty, because look, until President Trump was there, I didn't like the Republicans much either. I feel like President Trump took the Republican Party and reformed it into the MAGA Party, which is what I'm all about. I'm not for the old neocons. Look, George Bush to me is just as bad as Barack Obama or Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, well,
I'm aligned with this dude.
So you move out here in 2023, and I don't know, did you get back into the television business, or did you, what did you get back into, or is this now led to you running for is it the 6th district?
It's the 19th district.
19th. I mean, you said it was 6th.
The 26th is on his website and everywhere on the internet, and it's the 19th district. He has not updated his site.
So what happened is that
Johnny Fano, you better update your website.
No, I did. So in 2024, I ran in District 26 against a guy named Mario Diaz-Balart. I jumped in the race very late with only 4 months left, but I still did okay. But I took on a guy that was the co-chair of appropriations and a 22-year incumbent. All impossible to beat, but I did it. I was like, look, I'm going to do my best. I'm going to grab some name ID, and now I'm running in the 19th district, which is basically, the 26th district and the 19th district are both part of Naples. The other one goes all the way across to Miami to like Hialeah and Doral, but the district I'm in now is the whole Southwest Florida. So Marco Island, Naples.
That's 19.
Yeah, and my website, the one that's up, I don't have any control of. It sucks, but the one that you've been seeing, but the new one goes up today at johnnyfrado.com, and that's my real website. So the other one, don't pay any attention to. I just can't get the guy.
Your Facebook, your Instagram, your X?
Yeah, just Johnny Frado FL on X and Instagram, and on Facebook, I'm Frado for Florida.
And then now you're hawking a beer too?
Yeah, man.
The MAGA beer.
The MAGA beer I got. And it sucks because I ran out of my house so quickly today. I was going to bring you a whole cooler of it, and I literally forgot. So
Lummy would like that. Lummy's an alcoholic.
Yes,
he would love that.
I'm gonna send you guys like 10 cases. Don't even worry about it. And it's not just a gimmick. It's actually really, really good. We just did a blind taste test with our beer, the MAGA can versus the tranny can, Bud Light, and I'm telling you, it was a real thing. And 10 out of 10 people that we did it with all chose MAGA. Now, and that's a real thing.
Now, Johnny, who's your opponent? First of all, are you going against is the person that currently has this seat not running, or are they still staying in the race? And then how many other people are you going? How many people have declared their candidacy for the 19th district?
I sent you also the link. It's in your messenger now with all the congressional people he's going against.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's so the congressman there is now. Sorry, the congressman there now is a guy named Byron Donalds, who's fantastic, a very MAGA guy. One of his closest advisors forever is now my advisor. And Byron's great, but Byron is now leaving that seat to run for governor, and he's going to be the next governor of Florida.
That's what I was going to say. Hopefully, he's our next governor.
Oh, he's 100% going to be the next governor.
What's his name?
Byron Donalds.
Is he pretty cool?
Oh, he's
Bubba. Fantastic.
Yeah, he's the bigger African American guy that's from South Florida. You've seen him. You've seen him out there.
Yeah. Rashida Tlaib tried to tear him up on the floor of the house the other day.
There he is, right there.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Great clip. I mean, he's such a great spokesperson for the MAGA movement. He's been there from day one supporting Trump.
Now, is Casey DeSantis running too?
That's the rumor. I don't think so. I think
Ron would say, "Listen, hon, we had our 2-term gimmick. and then that kind of also puts him in a vicarious, situation because DeSantis should be endorsing Donald's at the end of the day, and having his wife in there kind of muddies up the waters a little bit.
Yeah, I look at it, and I don't even want to speak bad about Ron DeSantis because the guy's a great. I mean, he's the greatest governor, in the nation, 100%. But look, he's going to be termed out, and what's next? Byron Donalds is next, and that's the point. But yeah, man. So this is an open seat that I'm running for.
Now, does the seat normally skew red?
Oh, yeah. It's like, I think it's an R+26 district. So it's a primary race. Whoever wins the primary is going to win the general. Like the Democrat has a zero chance.
The Sapp, the Howard Sapp dude, he doesn't have a Democratic opponent. So this is going to be, potentially the guy you go against. He looks like he has. Does he have any experience? Does he, This will be the Democrat that they prop up.
Well, Sapp's not going to win it. It's one of the other people.
Yeah, it's I'm saying
I know. I was just saying whoever makes it through the Republican primary will go against Sapp.
Exactly, but look, in this race, nobody's worried about Sapp.
Now, what are these little? What are these?
It's just too red.
What are these little things right here? Beside their names,
it says candidate completed the Ballotpedia candidate connection survey.
Oh, Johnny, you need to do that.
I know.
So that you get that endorsement.
Well, look, here's the thing. I filed my FEC paperwork to be able to, take donations, but I still have to fill out my qualifying paperwork to be on the ballot, which I'm going to be doing in the next month. So,
Johnny, you better do it.
I'm doing it. Listen to me. Sometimes when you do it too early, there's a target on your back. Everybody starts to, go, he's on the ballot now. What can we get on him? So it's a whole thing. It's all strategy.
We had Roger Stone on today, and I think he endorses you.
Well, look, Roger Stone endorsed me in the last race. And I love Roger. I mean, look, here's a guy that's been around for 50 years. He knows everybody. He knows everything. One of the greatest insiders ever. I mean, the guy is, kind of a magician. I hope to God he endorses me again. I don't know that he will. There's a lot of people in this race, and he does have a lot of people that he knows in this race that he's known a lot longer than he's known me. So,
all right. So, like, if obviously, this is the Florida District 19 congressperson race. Who within the not to try to shed any positive light on any of your opponents, obviously we're pulling for you, but like, who do you think your toughest, like, who's the toughest opponent here of the leader? Obviously you have on the Republican side of things, you have Ola, you have Dylan, you have Jim, you have Mike, and you have another Jim. Who's your toughest competition, you think?
I don't want to say here's the reality. Look, they're all tough competition. I got to focus on my race and do the best I can, and speak as much truth as I possibly can. The one thing I can say about most of these guys is, when you hear them talk, most of them are classic neocons. Especially, one of the guys you just mentioned on there is a much older guy, loves Mitt Romney, told me that Trump is stupid for his tariffs. I mean, a lot of things. And I'm sitting there going,
now,
have you guys
had any opportunities to have a town hall debate, or is there going to be anything like that where your youngness and your refreshedness will be able to shine through? Are you guys ever going to get together and do that? I think that would benefit you greatly.
Yeah, I think down the road we probably will. But, right now there's only, I think, 4 people that have filed. I think by the end of it, there will be 9 or 10 in the race. And I know all of them. And, the crazy part is I'm actually friends with all of them down the line. There's only one of the guys that I really, really dislike. I mean, I'll even say it. I mean, I don't care.
Jim.
No. Jim Oberweis is a great guy. Like I said,
Mike.
He's older, great guy.
Try to think about the guy you hate.
Yeah.
I'll tell you the guy I hate. You want to know the guy I hate?
Dylan.
No, I don't know Dylan, but he's the only one I don't know. But everybody tells me he's a nice kid. Chris Collins.
He's not even there.
I know. Listen to me. Chris Collins, who is
the announcer?
Not the wide receiver from the formerly from the Bengals and came from the University of Florida?
No. This guy was a congressman up in Buffalo, New York, and he has one of the most left-leaning voting records you've ever seen. He'll go out there and say, "Oh, I was the first to endorse President Trump," but he was not. He voted. I mean, he actually endorsed Jeb Bush first until it was convenient for him. But I hear he goes around calling me the loser and the thug because I made that Forgiato Blow rap video with Roger Stone in it and George Papadopoulos. and here's me, a guy that's never been.
And by the way, we've had Forgiato Blow in the studio before.
I love Forgiato. He's a great guy.
Tampa guy.
Great guy. Yeah, I love the guy. Fantastic guy. Here's Chris Collins. He goes around calling me a loser and a thug. It's like I'm a thug. I'm the one that's never been to jail. This guy got arrested for insider trading, and now
now he's migrating down to Florida to try to run in the 19th.
Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. It's like and now we have the Pelosi Act. We don't need any more politicians that went to jail for inside trading. And here he is calling me the thug, a guy that's never even been arrested.
But he's not even on the ballot.
Yeah, not yet, but he will be.
He will be.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, it looks like, Johnny, you're right down with regards to, the economy, pro-life, Second Amendment, educate. It looks like you're right there, towing the MAGA line with regards to, infrastructure, immigration, free speech. What do you think about this Jimmy Kimmel situation that has arisen? If you were listening to the show at all, we got into it a little bit, and I'm a little concerned that the government might be dabbling in this a little too much, with Pam Bondi saying that they're going to regulate hate speech, and I personally think that hate speech is also protected in most incidents. What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, man, I agree with you 100%. Look, hate speech, saying to put any restrictions on any speech goes against the First Amendment. I mean, look, if you put, it's a slippery slope. If you can censor somebody from saying one thing, you can censor them eventually from saying anything. So I do not agree with Pam Bondi or anybody putting any sort of restrictions on any form of speech. That is the First Amendment. Secondly, the thing with Jimmy Kimmel, I mean, look, here's a guy that used to be funny way back in the day. The Man Show was fantastic.
Yeah.
Used to love him. And then, he like I said, after Donald Trump got into office, he showed his true colors. Here's a guy that, turned into an absolute girl. I mean, I can't. Yeah, how are you going to be on the Man Show and now you are just basically just go be a tranny? I don't know. I mean, here's the thing.
Yeah. At what point of Jimmy Kimmel's career did he flip? Because was it when he was finally given the late night?
TDS. I think he's got Trump derangement syndrome.
Well, and who knows what happens behind the scenes? Who knows what money deals he's made? Who know? None of us know these things. But the one thing I do know is I don't feel bad about it. And let me tell you why. Look, here's President Trump. They kicked a sitting president off of Twitter, okay? And the left was just fine with it. They kicked Roseanne off of TV for I don't even know what she said. I don't think it was anywhere near as bad as what Jimmy Kimmel said about a great man like Charlie Kirk.
It was pretty bad.
She made a joke.
She made a joke about an African American person looking like a monkey.
She didn't know she was African American, allegedly.
Right, optically it looked bad, but I don't know if the punishment fit the crime necessarily.
The media wasn't backing her.
No, they were not.
Well, Gina Carano over at Disney. I mean, right. and the list goes on and on. I mean, I was looking at a list of like 10 or 15 people the other day. So the left was just fine with that, and then when it comes to Jimmy, their guy, they're oh my God, they're up in arms. So I don't feel bad about it, not at all. Look, but do I think we should be censoring free speech? No, let Jimmy Kimmel say whatever he wants. Look, I love when people that are that stupid say what they think because then we know who the idiots are.
Well, I think you align with us in the fact that let's keep the government out of free speech and monologues of comedians and television and what have you, and let the marketplace, whether it be ABC, whether it be ABC's affiliates, or whether it just be ABC's advertisers, let them determine whether what Jimmy Kimmel said was appropriate or not, and keep the government out of it. And there are instances of hate speech, when somebody threatens the president or threatens a certain group of people. Yeah, at that point, I think the government can get involved. But, hate speech should be protected along with free speech. It's just, offensive speech is usually somewhat hate speech. And I think the government needs to not dabble in that.
1,000%. And by the way, the only good thing I'll say that comes out of hate speech, like I said a minute ago, is exactly what you're dealing with and who you're dealing with. So let anybody say anything they want, and then you go, okay, well, this guy's this guy's that. Now I know who you are. It makes it easy.
So your grandfather, Louis Fratto, Now, did he start in? And by the way, his nickname was, I think, Cockeyed Louie.
Yeah.
Why'd they call him Cockeyed Louie? That seemed like if you called him Cockeyed Louie, that's kind of an insult. Most gangsters would shoot you.
Well, look, he died 12 years before I was born, so I don't know how he felt about it.
But I'm sure you and your father. I mean, listen. Louis Fratto was a legend in Chicago, probably a legend in Des Moines. So I'm sure your father, being the storyteller that he is, probably got his sons up to speed on Grandpa.
Yeah, I know. Here's the thing. He probably didn't love being called that. I know his brother was Frankie Fratto. They called him Frankie One Ear. I know he definitely didn't like that.
You notice back in the day, they always had a nickname: Frankie One Ear, Louis Cockeyed. Like they always had it's almost like a badge of honor to have something associated with your name.
You weren't legit unless you had your nickname, I guess. But he, my grandfather would be old, man. He was born in 1907 on Taylor Street in Chicago, and he was a part of a thing called the 42 Gang because they wanted to be one more than Alibaba and the 40 Thieves. And Al Capone actually started recruiting from there because these guys were like kids. They were like teenagers and preteens.
Sam Giancana.
Yep, he was with so Sam was part of the 42 Gang, Tony Accardo, all these guys, and Sam Battaglia. And I think so.
Now, was this during the Al Capone reign, or was this after Al?
This is 1920s.
Okay, so this is right when Al Capone, and at that point was your grandfather was he with Al Capone, or was he an opponent of Al Capone?
No. He was Al Capone, like I said, recruited from the 42 Gang to kind of create what the outfit became. And my grandfather was one of those guys, so I know he was, he worked security for Al Capone at the Lexington Hotel where Al lived. And then, later on in the 1930s, my grandfather was given his own territory, which was Iowa and Nebraska. And that's why, we were in Des Moines. So, my grandfather was the boss in Des Moines from 1938 until 1967 when he died. And then a couple of years later, my dad's older brother, Frankie, was killed in the plane crash of Rocky Marciano. And Rocky was like an extended part of our family, and now
I think your grandfather.
What a cool history!
Yeah.
I think your grandfather was a boxer too when he went to Iowa. Did he not?
Yeah, in fact, he took
as Lou Farrell.
That's right. He had an alias, and that alias, I guess, served him well when he first went to Des Moines because nobody knew he was Lou Fratto, and everybody in Des Moines was Irish, so it allowed him to blend in with all the politicians and police officers. And then Estes Kefauver crime hearings came, and it outed him as Louis Fratto. Then everybody knew who he was, and I think that was in 1951.
Right, and it was a crime Senate committee meeting and trying to get all the mob bosses, wasn't it? And I think your grandfather had to testify under that.
He did, but I don't think one guy ever actually got convicted for anything out of that. I think it was more just to show America who the boss was in their city. I mean, that's kind of what it did. That's all it really did.
It said Fratto was never convicted of any crime, but he was under a federal indictment for racketeering at the time of his death.
Yeah, that's right.
So does that mean they just didn't get to the judiciary part or the court part of trying him, or they just wanted to keep him under it? I don't know.
I think he died before they could, bring the hammer down.
And then you mentioned Frank, One-Eared Frank, right?
Yeah.
And he was a passenger in a 1969 crash that had the Rocky Marciano, which I think was he the heavyweight champion at the time? Or
no, he was 49 years old. He was retired for years and years.
And where were they headed?
They were going from Chicago to Des Moines. So that was my dad's older brother. So One-Ear Frank was my grandfather's brother. Yeah, One-Ear Frankie was my grandfather's brother,
right.
And then Frankie that died in the plane crash was my dad's brother. So that was his uncle.
So that was your
Frankies.
dad's brother.
Yeah, that's right.
And they were going from Des Moines to Chicago, or Chicago
to Des Moines to go to Rocky's 49th birthday party at a place called the Charcoal Room, and they had a room full of people waiting for him, and they never showed.
What was the circumstances of the plane crash?
It's a sad story, actually. Rocky didn't want to fly United because he didn't want to be bothered. So my uncle Frankie, who was only 22 years old at the time, called my uncle Tommy at a bar. He was at a bar called Francie's in Des Moines, which is actually still there. And, my uncle Tommy was a regular there. And he said, "Hey, do you know anybody with a plane that can come and get us? Rocky doesn't want to fly United." So there happened to be a guy named Glenn Bells who was a pilot sitting at the bar and said, "Hey, I have a Cessna. I'll go pick him
Guy's
up."
drinking.
Yeah.
He said, I got a Cessna.
Yeah.
I'll pick up Rocky and Frankie, take him down to Des Moines. No big deal. Don't mind the 7 drinks I've had.
Well, no, I don't think he was drunk. It wasn't a matter of him being drunk. It was a matter of he picked him up, and that was fine. On the way back, something happened with the altimeter or something. But they tried to land in a cornfield in Newton, Iowa, and they hit the lone standing oak tree in the middle of a cornfield. Had that tree not been there, they would have been fine.
Wow.
Yeah.
I never knew that Rocky Marciano died in a plane crash.
Yeah.
With your great uncle.
No, with my uncle, my dad's brother.
Yeah, with your uncle.
Yeah.
Now, did that tear your dad up? I mean, was that devastating to your father?
I've only seen my dad cry a couple times in my life, and I'm not going to lie to you. One was when he talks about his brother, and the other one was when Eric the Midget died.
Really?
Yeah.
And that did, and Eric the Midget died in
the year before my dad, 2014.
I was gonna say 14 or 13.
I think it was 14.
Well, was Eric
September of 14,
Eric the Midget a handful to deal with? Because he thought he was a star. So when you're dealing with somebody who thinks they're a star, it's that much harder to deal with them.
Eric was so unique. I mean, this guy, it sucks, man. I got robbed at gunpoint in L.A. and they stole my phone. I had so many amazing voicemails from him that I wish I had.
Hold on. When you get robbed at gunpoint in L.A., where are you in L.A.? I mean, you're not down in Compton.
I was in Sherman Oaks, man. I was in Sherman Oaks. They just took my wallet, my phone.
So you're walking just down the sidewalk?
Yeah, man.
Like in the store section?
Just taking a walk down the street.
All right, and they come up.
Yeah, come up.
Say, hey,
give me your wallet. That's
at
gunpoint. Yeah, they took my phone. They took my wallet. And that phone had, a bunch of. It was like a treasure trove of Eric the actor voicemails.
Could you have negotiated with him?
No. I mean,
Johnny, could you have gone? Hey, listen, guys, you can have my wallet, every dime in it, anything I got, but my phone, I got my kids on here. I mean, come on, guys. I guess when you got a 38 or a 9mm, pointed right at you, maybe.
I had just found out my wife was pregnant with my first kid 2 weeks before that, so that's all that was going through my head. It's like, oh boy, is this it? Okay, well, great. So I just complied. And, he made off with it. But, man, those voicemails from Eric were, every day. Sorry to use a curse word, but where is your orange effing father? Where, just every day. When my dad wouldn't answer the phone, I'm the one he calls to harass me. Exactly.
Where's your orange effing father?
Yeah, exactly. What is wrong with him? I make him a star. I'm like, okay. He had it in his mind that he made my dad
I wish your dad would have repped. I wish you would have repped Beetlejuice. I think Beetlejuice, you could have gotten some good mileage out of Beetlejuice, too, man.
Oh, my dad loved Beetle, man.
I loved he was another handful.
Oh, yeah. He's still around, though, I think.
I know he is.
Yeah,
He's still kicking it. Yeah. So anyway, listen, you can go to johnnyfratto.com. Yeah. Johnny is running for the 19th.
Yeah.
The 19th district for the United States Congress, representing the 19th district in Florida. The one good thing about the race, I think, Johnny, is the fact that there is no incumbent. So I think that automatically gives, people that have not, beating an incumbent is tough. No matter what kind of message you got, no matter what, you naturally have that much more ahead of the game. But if you're an incumbent, you don't have that. These are all new candidates.
That's right.
And, I think the guy that gets out and grinds and hustles the most and has the best message, which I think you probably have for that area, I think that's very MAGA. I think that, if you can get your word out and get your funding right, I think you got a chance. My only thing is, if you win, you can't forget about us, okay? If you're like some big slinging D now in Congress, and we called Bubba the Love Sponge because we want to put you on the air and talk about whatever you're voting on next, don't act like you don't know us. Don't treat us like Eric the actor.
When I win, I'd rather come on this show all the time. You go on these shows that we just want to talk politics. I like talking about a little bit of everything. It's fun, and it's fun to be yourself and be more real.
And when you are representing the 19th Circuit, there's a lot of politicky things we probably need to talk about.
1,000%.
Like what you're, what, be like, hey Johnny, what are you on your plate this week? How you voting? Which way you going? You got any Democratic support behind it? So I just want to make sure, Johnny, I think you're a good-looking kid. I think you got a hell of a chance here. and we will throw our endorsement towards you and Lummy as we get closer to the election. We'll continue to, run pro Johnny Fratto commercials and things like that. And Johnny, all we ask is that when you win, you don't become Johnny Eric the actor, big-headed, and forget where you came from.
It will never happen. I'm a very humble guy.
Then we'll just talk bad about you.
You know what makes me mad?
We'll create a scandal.
Listen to me. That's
I'll
an easy
say you
thing
touched me on the way out.
I'll tell you this. I do have one. I have, man. Oh man, my advisor's gonna kill me. There is one guy in the race. I'll tell you this. I'm not gonna name names, but my wife's pretty hot. I mean, she really is. I mean, she towers above me. I'm like Eric the midget next to my wife. I mean, literally, it's embarrassing.
Now we know how Red Roger Solon was. So
talking about the kids.
Yeah.
I mean, she was a Wilhelmina model. She was a Ford model. Very beautiful woman. Today's her birthday, actually. So happy birthday, honey. And and by the way, she's also the president of the Southwest Florida Young Republicans. And man, they've been putting on some. I mean, they had a vigil for Charlie Kirk.
That's how you win, right there, buddy. You get those people. Mom,
yeah.
Hey, you know what? Mama might control your destiny.
Oh, I think she does. I kind of believe it. And I'm good with people. She's 1,000 times better with people.
Well,
I'm
plus
not even
she's
joking.
easy on the eyes. I mean, I don't want to look at you all day. Please.
Yeah, she's got like she's amazing, man. But I'll tell you this. Here's what one of my opponents, who I've known for a while, sent her some DMs.
Oh,
in her.
Sent your wife DMs?
That's right.
Like, is there any
creepy DMs?
Like penis shots?
No penis shots. No
reaching
penis shots.
out directly to someone's
just reaching
wife.
Hold
on, knowing that her husband is an opponent of his, slid into her DMs?
No. This happened a couple of years back.
These are about to be a campaign sign.
So here's the crazy part. So this happened a couple of years back, and now, and now he, obviously he had no idea that we were going to be running against each other in a congressional race one day.
Now is he taking you aside and go, hey Johnny, man, those DMs, you gotta come on, buddy.
It's a funny thing you should say that because literally last Saturday that happened. We were both at the same event. He pulled me aside to apologize, and I thought it was nice. Like I said, I'm not going to name names, but
now are you going to bring these up? Because listen,
only
because it sounds like
I'm just telling you a funny story of
old school wise, like man on man. It looks like he kind of did the right thing by taking you aside rather than burying his head in the sand.
It's not about this guy. It's more about how hot his wife is, Bubba.
Okay,
well, the story.
Here's the thing. I think that the only reason he brought it up is because a mutual friend of ours told him that I had those messages.
And he's trying to get in front of it.
That's exactly right.
He's trying to get in front of it.
Yeah.
Johnny Fratto, you can go to his website, of course, is johnnyfratto.com. Johnny, maybe we could have a couple more phone calls or before the election just to remind everybody of the 19th Circuit down there, 19th District, that Johnny Fratto is our guy. And once you win, Johnny Fratto, don't forget about us, or Seth's going to say that you touched him on the way out, okay?
That's a deal. Yeah, I don't want to be getting hemmed up with one of those charges. Jeez, yeah.
Exactly, Johnny. Good luck to you, my friend. And let's keep in touch. And as we get closer to the election, we'll keep driving home the Johnny Fratto brand. Okay,
Bubba. Thank you so much for having me on today. It means a lot. And my dad loved you, by the way. Just to let you know, he really did.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Appreciate that a lot. And I look forward to you winning, my friend.
Fantastic. Thank you.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Oh my God! And as we get closer, we'll do a couple phone calls.
Oh yeah. And anytime you want,
or even a Zoom.
Yeah, and I'd love to even bring my wife back in the studio. Whatever you want.
That might be a problem. That could be we're shady. We might be sliding into her DMs.
It was Madison Cawthorn, by the way.
Was it?
Yeah, little shit. That's the only reason I don't say anything. He's in a wheelchair. It's like, Johnny, see you later, buddy. Hey, see you, brother. See you, buddy. Thank you so much. This way. Okay.
What's up, everybody? Looks like I'm in here solo with y'all. I know. John Doe, I thought the same thing.
Oh, shit. I didn't know Jay was here.
This is me. Anyone remember Hot Mike? He walked up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The
The
guy just said the name of the guy on the way out.
I don't know who that is. They're not.
I don't either. But
They're not on
it's
this
funny.
list.
He just dropped the name as he walked out on hot mic. The chat's just noticing. What's up, everybody?
He'll be okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
He's got a while.
Good to see y'all. Double XL. There should be. Is there a sign on the door that says "Hot Mic Beware"?
No, but we should have recording at all times. Yeah, sorry, we're gonna have to short space you on this one.
What a good looking dude.
Super hot.
He should be able to get to the insurance company. You just gotta find out who the owner is.
All right, thank you.
No problem.
Phew. Jay, how you doing?
Good.
How did your
doing?
I got Clement Cush and then I got another podcast to do today. How did your did you have a ruling yesterday?
It's a mediation, and I'm either gonna go to trial or they're gonna pay me more money.
Oh really?
Yeah.
That's where you're at on it.
Yeah.
Now did you let them know that?
Oh yeah, and they actually had a really productive conversation with the mediator was great, and with the lawyer handling it. So we'll see. It's a March trial, so I'll let you know by March.
What's up, Havoc?
Happy birthday, Walker.
Happy birthday, Walker.
He's watching.
Hello, everybody out there on Rumble and YouTube. I think I may know the answer to that. Snizuki. What's up, Heather? Spin instructor. Jones, the 869. He's like the Michael Corleone of the family. He's going to become a senator.
The Andrews got Walker a gift.
Happy birthday, Walker. What's 3?
He's going to turn 4.
4.
Yeah.
So next year's what, preschool now? Is he in now?
He's in VP.
Okay, yeah.
Dolphins. Dolphins rubber football. Dolphins.
What's up, Dirt Merchant? What's up, Jay Bowler?
He does need some dolphin gear. Oh, nice.
Jay
Cool.
Bowler,
Thank you,
all
Andrews.
everybody over there, man. Good morning. Iggy, big longer, Liz.
Can we still call him 3 on the air, Lummy? Because it just doesn't sound as good saying a 4-year-old beat Gene Lasker. You know?
Yeah.
We got to keep. I think.
Well, he started it when he was 3.
All right, we'll keep it. We'll keep it when he's 3.
Yeah, the 3-year-old beat him.
Yeah.
I gotta call you the police. Whoop, whoop. What up?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I think that guy's got a chance.
Yeah.
Especially with the humanity that's joining the fray, and they're all going to go against that one Democrat. It's just basically who wins the Republican primary is going to be the winner. And and looking at the opponents, it didn't look like. I mean, he's as well dressed, as well versed, as well spoken, and as good looking. And listen, the public puts a lot of credence in all of that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he presents well, and I think he's got. And let me, from all accounts, I wish we should have asked to see his wife's Instagram or something.
I tried to look for it. I was looking for it.
Tell Johnny, get us that. We want to. You know what? We want to slide into her DMs, and we're not running against you, buddy. That's how I got it figured.
Because I got her name, I just can't find it.
Well, tell him, text him. I'm sure you. Bubba wants to. We'd like to get a visual on your wife. She comes highly heralded.
Yes,
is
she's
she
a
not?
model, Ford model.
Jay, I'm going to walk you out. I got some stuff to tell you.
Nice.
Seth, let's call it 15.
Let's do it.
Happy birthday, Walker.
Happy birthday, little Walker. 4 years old. Lasker, I don't even know what to say, my friend. He's supposed to turn all of his guns in. How can some listeners calling a business, how does that correlate into a person that's on the air, not directing them to do anything, having to turn all your guns in?
This feels like when they tried to take Diddy down, Bubba.
It feels like when they tried to take me down.
That too.
Is what it feels like. The clip. Jay, it's the Bubba effect.
Everything feels that way.
It's the Bubba effect.
Kimmel got taken off because of the Bubba effect.
Yes.
100%.
We'll see you with Clement Kush. Call it 15 after. Have a good day.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
You're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.